Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 161. Chapter 161. As Tony Stark continued his work, he casually remarked, "Have some confidence, Jarvis." Jarvis had no choice but to comply with Tony's instructions. A short while later, a familiar scene unfolded. "Sir, you have a call. My program has been compromised." Hearing this all-too-familiar voice, Tony Stark rubbed his forehead, feeling that Jarvis's defense system was far from perfect. S.H.I.E.L.D. had managed to hack into it time and again. Should he upgrade Jarvis, or were those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents just that good? "All right, Stark, we need to talk," Agent Coulson's voice came through. "Make it quick," Iron Man Tony Stark sighed in resignation. Light Divine Power Experience +1. Divine Body Experience +1. As Agent Coulson and Tony were conversing, Syd paused after circulating the light energy within him. "It seems it's time to head to the center of New York," Syd mused, stroking his chin. The Chitari invasion would naturally take place in New York. If everything went according to plan, Loki would soon use the Tesseract on the rooftop of Stark Tower to open a portal, welcoming the Chitari army to invade. Stark Tower should be in the city center, Syd thought, believing it would be easy to find given its distinctive appearance. With a sonic boom, he disappeared from his spot, speeding towards downtown New York. Along the way, he thought about changing his appearance. Taking some time, Syd donned a new outfit, primarily white. This time he planned to appear as the white-clad hero, or perhaps the white-clad enigma. Of course, Syd didn't intend to take any direct action. If all went smoothly and Caecilius Group managed to obtain the Tesseract and the Mind Stone Scepter, he wouldn't need to show himself. However, if things went awry and Caecilius Group failed to secure these two items, he'd have to step in. He wasn't about to let all his careful planning go to waste. This shouldn't be too difficult, Syd thought, stroking his chin. This Chitari invasion didn't feature any particularly troublesome figures. It was merely Thanos' probing attack. Obtaining the two items shouldn't pose much of a challenge. Even using just the abilities of the white-clad hero, he should be able to handle the situation. Moreover, his chaos magic, now enhanced by the light divine power, was significantly stronger than before. Syd estimated that with his current chaos magic, he could likely take down a base-level Thanos without the Infinity Stones. As he sped through the city, he glanced at his light divine power, which was close to leveling up, and sighed. "I wonder if I'll be able to level up my light divine power when the time comes." The identity of the white-clad hero would also allow him to fully utilize the light divine power, tapping into the power of Baldur, the god of light. Meanwhile, Loki and his team were also making their moves. Dr. Selvig was directing a group of scientists, setting up equipment to activate the Tesseract's energy. Loki, sitting alone in a dark corner, suddenly noticed the gem on his scepter glowing white. It was someone contacting him through the Mind Stone. As the gem on the Mind Stone's scepter glowed, an apparition appeared in his mind. A mysterious figure in strange attire appeared, accompanied by a raspy voice. "The Chitari are getting restless, Loki. How are your preparations?" Loki replied, "Tell them to be ready. I'll lead them to a glorious victory." The Chitari commander walked slowly, disdainfully saying, "Victory? Against those weak earthlings? Loki, I hope you won't disappoint me." Loki responded, "As long as your army is as strong as you claim." "Are you doubting us?" the Chitari commander challenged. "Doubting the one who handed you the scepter, granted you ancient knowledge and gave you a new purpose? Loki, you should remember, you were defeated. It was us who took you in." "Shut up," Loki snapped, glaring at the figure. "I am a king, the absolute monarch of Asgard. If not for the betrayal I faced..." He was clearly referring to Heimdall and the Warriors 3. If not for their interference, Loki believed he would have been the king of Asgard. The Chitari commander scoffed, "Your ambitions are petty, childish even. The Chitari's vision extends beyond Earth. With the Tesseract, entire worlds will be within our grasp. Loki, irritated by his grandstanding, interrupted, "You don't even have the Tesseract yet." The Chitari commander, enraged, approached Loki as if to strike him down. Loki remained unfazed, knowing that everything before him was just an illusion in his mind. He retorted, "I'm not threatening you. Until I open the portal, until I lead your army, your words are meaningless." Realizing he couldn't harm Loki, the Chitari commander issued a veiled threat, "Fight your war, Asgardian. But if you fail, if the Tesseract doesn't come into our possession, don't expect a kingdom, or even a corner to hide in. No matter where you go, he will find you. He will make you scream, make you understand what true suffering is. No one can protect you and no one can defy him. You can't escape." It was clear that if Loki failed to deliver the Tesseract, the previously promised cooperation, including the promise to help him become the king of Asgard, would be null and void. Worse still, they would kill Loki. And the he mentioned by the Chitari commander was, of course, Thanos. Loki was well aware of Thanos' power and influence. After delivering his message, the Chitari commander ended the communication, and Loki returned to reality. However, his expression was grim, clearly affected by the commander's final words. At this point, Loki even doubted if his choices were right, feeling a twinge of regret. But there was no turning back now, he had to see it through. Loki then thought of his foolish brother Thor, wondering if he'd interfere. An hour later, in a square in New York. Dressed in armor and wielding his scepter, Loki appeared, causing panic among the crowd as people screamed and tried to flee, only to be stopped by Loki. Standing on a high platform, Loki shouted at the crowd, "Kneel before me." Seeing the chaos and lack of obedience, Loki shouted again, "Kneel." Terrified, someone in the crowd finally complied, followed by others who knelt in fear. "See? That wasn't so hard," Loki said, smiling. As he commanded the masses, a group of yellow-robed mages watched quietly from a distant corner. And it wasn't just Caecilius and his mages. Farther away on the rooftop of a tall building, a mysterious figure dressed in white, Syd, was also observing the scene. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform the story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 162. Chapter 162. 1000 PS reached. Next goal. 1500 PS. Syd used his enhanced vision to observe the events unfolding in the distant square. He watched as Loki smiled, pleased with himself as the crowd knelt before him. With a self-satisfied tone, Loki began to speak, "Is this not how you were meant to be? This is the unspoken truth of humanity. The lure of freedom has deprived you of the joys of life," Loki said, walking among the kneeling people. "You frantically chase after power, after status, but deep down you crave subjugation. Your very nature is that of slaves. You will eventually bow to your ruler." In response to Loki's words, an elderly man dressed in gray with white hair stood up and defiantly said, "But not to someone like you." Loki, slightly displeased by the man's defiance, nevertheless smiled and said, "I am unique." The old man glared at him and replied, "There are plenty of people as shameless as you." Loki's smile grew wider at the old man's remark. Fixing his gaze on the elderly man, Loki raised his scepter and pointed it at him, addressing the crowd, "Look at this old man. He is your example." The next moment, the gem on Loki's scepter began to glow, signaling an imminent energy blast. Just as Loki was about to make an example of the old man, a figure clad in a Stars and Stripes uniform, wielding a shield with a star emblem, leapt into action, positioning himself between the old man and Loki. Bang! The shield absorbed the blue-white energy blast without sustaining any damage. In fact, the energy blast rebounded off the shield and struck Loki, knocking him to the ground, a perfect example of overconfidence leading to an immediate downfall. Although Loki wasn't injured due to his Asgardian physiology, he was furious. He glared at the newcomer, Captain Steve Rogers. As Loki got back on his feet, Captain America approached, saying, "The last time I was in Germany, a man stood above everyone else. He ended up defeated." Loki caught the sarcasm in Steve's words. "You must be a soldier?" Loki sneered, "An outdated man." As Steve got closer, he replied, "The outdated man isn't me." At that moment, a jet appeared in the sky, piloted by Black Widow. The jet's guns extended, aiming directly at Loki. "Loki, drop your weapon and surrender." Natasha's voice boomed through the loudspeaker. Loki raised his scepter and fired another energy blast, but Natasha skillfully evaded it with the jet. Seeing an opening, Steve threw his shield at Loki. Bang! The shield struck Loki in the chest. Steve then dashed forward to catch his rebounding shield. Enraged, Loki engaged Captain America in combat with his scepter. "Run!" As the fight escalated, the frightened crowd seized the opportunity to flee. Once most of the crowd had escaped, the battle between Loki and Captain America reached its conclusion. Bang! Loki swung his scepter, knocking Steve's shield away. Despite Steve's enhanced physique from the super soldier serum, he was no match for Loki's frost giant strength. Loki approached the fallen captain, pressing his scepter to Steve's head. "Kneel," he commanded. "Dream on," Steve shouted, pushing the scepter aside and delivering a kick to Loki's head. Unfortunately, Loki's non-human resilience meant he wasn't fazed by the attack. He quickly regained his footing and began overpowering Steve. In that critical moment, a red-armored figure soared through the sky, Iron Man Tony Stark. Boom! Iron Man blasted Loki, sending him flying and once again to the ground. From a distance, Syd watched the scene unfold, his expression twitching with mild exasperation. Is Loki really a sorcerer? Syd mused, slightly speechless. Loki, known as the first sorcerer of the 9 realms, certainly didn't fight like one. Instead of using magic, he relied heavily on physical combat, only occasionally employing illusions or his weapons, like when he tried to stab Thor with a dagger. But upon further thought, Syd realized the situation made sense. If Thor were without his hammer, he'd likely face a similar predicament, relying solely on brute force. Without the power of the Thunder God, Thor wouldn't fare much better than Loki. In the end, Thor was fortunate to have Mjolnir, which made him appear stronger and somewhat fitting of his Thunder God title. No wonder Loki was so fixated on that hammer, even attempting to lift it several times. Syd thought that if he were in Loki's position he might have done the same. In a nutshell, Loki could be summarized as a warrior pretending to be a sorcerer. Of course, Loki's apparent lack of magical prowess might stem from a lack of magical power. If he had it, his skills could rival or surpass Doctor Strange's. Syd believed Asgard's collection of magical knowledge far exceeded that of Kamartaj. Rubbing his chin, Syd pondered whether he should lend Loki some of his light power, allowing him to have a proper showdown with the Avengers. Otherwise, Loki's current performance was tarnishing the divine image. People might start thinking gods were this weak. While he contemplated, the scene in the distance continued. "Don't move, or your reindeer's head is going to get blown off." Iron Man landed, his various weapons extending from his marked suit, all aimed at the prone Loki. Captain America, still catching his breath, walked over. Seeing the situation, Loki seemed to have a change of heart. Without resisting, he raised his hands in surrender. The group led Loki to the waiting jet. Soon the jet took off, heading for the 9,000-meter-high helicarrier. Watching the black jet fade into the distance, Syd's mind stirred, and he began to hover in the air. Boom! He quickly caught up with the jet, trailing it from a distance. As the wind whipped around him, Syd mulled over his options. Should I seize the Mind Stone scepter now? After some thought, Syd decided to leave it with the Avengers for now, to avoid creating unnecessary complications. He wasn't keen on dealing with such issues. Meanwhile, aboard the jet. Something's not right, Steve said, glancing at Loki and speaking quietly to Tony. Tony Stark responded, "What, you think the rock star surrendered too easily?" End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 163. Chapter 163. Steve Rogers spoke in a low voice. I don't think it's that simple. This guy is really strong. For an old man like you, your observation skills aren't bad. Iron Man agreed. As they conversed, Black Widow, who was piloting the jet, noticed that the sky outside had suddenly darkened, and thunder began to rumble. Boom! ZZZ. A massive bolt of lightning struck down, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap. Where did that lightning come from? Natasha sensed something unusual. The sky was normal just a moment ago, and now there was lightning and thunder? At this moment, Syd, who was hanging onto the side of the jet, also noticed the strange weather. A familiar feeling. In an instant, Syd felt a sense of familiarity from the weather. Whoosh, a cold wind blew, heralding the coming storm. Photon energy +1. Photon energy +1. Syd immediately activated 2 layers of photon shield. Even if he were struck by lightning with his current physique, it wouldn't cause much harm, perhaps just a minor injury and a bit of soot. Just then, a bolt of lightning, seemingly attracted to him, struck directly toward him. A flash of white light momentarily blinded him. Syd ignored the anomaly, keeping his eyes fixed on the distant jet. As the lightning dissipated, he remained unscathed. The lightning had been absorbed by the photon shield. Feeling the violent energy within the void space of the shield, Syd stroked his chin, deciding not to let the shield's void space disintegrate it, but to keep it stored. Maybe he could play with the lightning later? Come to think of it, Syd did miss the feeling of wielding Mjolnir. He wondered if now, with his awakened powers, something unusual might happen if he tried to lift it again? Syd was curious. As he pondered, the distant jet began to shake due to turbulence. What's happening? Loki asked. Captain America turned and asked, Are you afraid of lightning? By now, Loki had roughly figured out what was going on and casually explained, I don't like the guy who controls it. He looked up at the top of the jet. Suddenly, with a loud bang, something hit the top of the jet. The fuselage shook. Grabbing his nearby Mark helmet, Tony Stark headed towards the rear of the jet. What are you doing? Steve Rogers asked. Opening the jet's hatch, Tony Stark had no time to reply as he saw a figure appear at the open door. Just as he raised his hand to attack, he was sent flying by a hammer blow. Thor, the god of thunder, grabbed Loki without saying a word and jumped out of the jet with him. Shaking his head to clear it, Tony Stark stood up, annoyed. This guy really knows how to make an entrance. Another Asgardian? Natasha turned to him. Captain America asked, Is he on our side? That's not important. Tony Stark glanced at them. Whether he frees Loki or kills him, the Tesseract is still missing. As he spoke, he walked towards the open hatch. Seeing what he intended to do, Steve tried to stop him. Stark, we need to come up with a plan first. The plan is to fight. Stark didn't listen to him at all. Watching his figure disappear into the clouds, Captain America sighed, grabbed a parachute and quickly strapped it on. Black Widow, seeing this, said helplessly, I can't control him, Captain. Neither can I. Captain America finished strapping on the parachute. At that moment, Natasha remembered something. Worried that Captain America might underestimate them, she turned and reminded him, Those two are legendary figures, they're basically gods. Be careful, Captain. Captain America didn't seem too concerned and casually replied, There's only one god in this world, and he doesn't dress like that. Picking up his shield, Steve Rogers ran to the hatch and leaped out. Soon, the once noisy jet became quiet, leaving only Natasha. Just when Natasha thought everything had settled, she heard a faint sound. Heh. Huh. Natasha was startled, thinking it might have been her imagination. She instinctively turned to look behind her. She couldn't believe her eyes when she saw a figure fly off the top of the jet, chasing after Captain America. Oh my God. In just an instant, Natasha's heart tightened, feeling a sense of terror, as if she had walked into a horror movie. Someone else was there? When did that happen? Who was it? As Natasha was overwhelmed with questions, Syd was floating behind Captain America. With his control over the nearby light, the area was quite dark, and since there was some distance between them, Captain America didn't notice that someone was following him. Watching Captain America free fall rapidly towards the ground, Syd almost couldn't resist flying over and asking him if he was enjoying a sunny stroll. Shaking his head, dismissing that ridiculous thought, Syd's figure flickered and disappeared from where he was. Boom! A sonic boom echoed. Hearing the sonic boom, Captain America's heart tightened, and he instinctively turned his head to look, but he saw nothing as Syd had already vanished, reappearing a kilometer away. At this moment he was speeding towards Iron Man, Thor, and the others. It didn't take long for him to pass Iron Man unnoticed and catch up with Thor, who was holding Loki and Mjolnir about to land. Looking at Thor, who was about to land with Loki in one hand and Mjolnir in the other, Syd's right hand twitched, wanting to try summoning Mjolnir. He wondered, would Mjolnir recognize him or Thor at this moment? Just then, boom! As he approached the ground, Thor threw Loki to the ground. "Where is the Tesseract?" Thor demanded. Loki, lying on the ground, groaned in pain for a moment, then chuckled, "Long time no see, brother." Thor's tone grew heavier as he angrily said, "Do I look like I'm here for a reunion?" Loki didn't answer, starting his usual taunting. "After the Rainbow Bridge was destroyed, do you know how much dark energy Odin had to muster to send you to your beloved Earth? You should be thanking me." Just as Loki stood up, Thor angrily grabbed him by the throat. Thor knew that without the Rainbow Bridge, reaching Earth would be difficult. His mission this time, aside from uncovering the identity of the mysterious figure in white, was to retrieve the Tesseract. With the Tesseract, the Rainbow Bridge could be quickly repaired. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 164. Chapter 164. 1500 PS almost reached. Probably reached. Well, anyway. Have fun. As Thor held onto Loki, he gazed at him intently and suddenly said, "Loki, I thought you were dead." As he spoke, Thor couldn't help but recall the moment when Loki fell from the Rainbow Bridge. Even now he still felt a shadow lingering in his heart. "Did you mourn me?" Loki asked quietly. Looking directly into Loki's eyes, Thor replied solemnly, "Everyone mourned, including father." Hearing this, Loki did not seem pleased and retorted, "He's your father." Shaking off Thor's hand, Loki noticed something in Thor's expression. As he walked forward he said, "He told you about my origins, didn't he? We were both raised by him. We played together, we fought together. Have you forgotten?" Thor tried to explain. Loki turned back, slightly agitated, and said, "All I have is darkness in my heart. I've always lived in your shadow. I'll never forget that it was because of you that I fell into the abyss. Who am I? I was supposed to be a king." Thor, growing angry, retorted, "So you want to rule the world to compensate for that absurd inferiority complex of yours?" Looking at Loki, he vowed earnestly, "No, I will protect the Earth that I cherish." Loki chuckled coldly. "You've only been to Earth a few times and now you cherish it? You've been brainwashed by the humans." Scoffing, Loki continued, "You're doing a great job of protecting it, aren't you? Humans are killing each other in droves and you're just standing by watching." Reflecting on the wars between nations, Loki spread his arms wide and proclaimed, "If I ruled them, there would be no more wars. Humanity would live in peace." As he finished speaking, Thor frowned, "You have no idea what ruling means, brother. The throne would make you feel like you're sitting on needles." Seeing that reasoning with Loki was futile, Thor shoved him away as he started walking to higher ground, saying, "During my time in the abyss, I saw worlds you couldn't imagine, and I even gained from it by witnessing the true power of the Tesseract. When I master it—" Before he could finish, Thor, noticing something strange in his words, interrupted him. "Who showed it to you?" Thinking of something, he asked, "Who is your master?" Loki sneered, "I am the king. There is no other." "Stop dreaming!" Thor shouted, roaring, "Hand over the Tesseract and abandon these ridiculous dreams." As he yelled, his tone softened and he pleaded, "Come home with me." Loki didn't answer, but instead he quietly said, "The Tesseract isn't with me." Seeing that Loki remained unrepentant, Thor angrily raised Mjolnir, ready to strike him. Loki completely ignored his actions and continued speaking, "Without the Tesseract, you can't take me back. But it's gone and I don't know where it is either. Listen to me, brother, Thor began to speak sternly, but the sound of something rushing through the air interrupted him. Iron Man came flying down from the sky at an angle and with a loud crash sent Thor flying. Watching Thor disappear from sight, Loki felt a wave of satisfaction, shrugging his shoulders, "I'm listening." Not far away, Iron Man, carrying Thor with him, crashed through several trees. Boom! Thor was slammed into the ground in the distance, while Iron Man adjusted his posture and landed steadily. Climbing up from the ground unscathed, Thor fumed, "It's you again. I swear if you touch me again I'll smash that tin suit of yours." Tony paid no attention to the threat. He opened his helmet and said directly, "Then don't try to take my stuff." Thor nearly laughed in disbelief at the human in front of him. "Do you even know who you're talking to?" Even though he liked Earth and humans, he still didn't consider himself on the same level as them, holding on to the pride of an Asgardian. Tony, pretending to think seriously for a moment, replied, Are you an actor? Does your mom know you stole her cape?" Glancing at the silver armor and the red cape behind it, Iron Man found the whole situation amusing. Thor, hearing this, didn't bother to say anything more, coldly responding, "Mind your own business, Tin Man. Loki will face Asgardian judgment. His affairs are none of your concern. As long as he hands over the Tesseract, I don't care." Tony, who never knew what it meant to back down, retorted, "Until then you'd better stay out of the way." Having been insulted repeatedly, Thor couldn't bear it any longer. Shouting "Foreigner," he threw Mjolnir at Tony. Boom! Hit by the hammer, Iron Man was sent flying, crashing through a tree along the way. Watching from a distance, Loki smiled. As expected, the two quickly started fighting. Tony fired a laser at Thor's chest, then moved forward and kicked him hard, sending him flying. Thor, landing on the ground, raised Mjolnir and summoned a barrage of lightning, striking at Tony in an instant. Unexpectedly, the lightning only damaged the surface of the Mark armor, not the inside, and even recharged Tony's suit. How is this possible? Tony was astonished. But there was no time to think. Before Thor could attack again, Tony activated his suit and fired a laser. Boom! Thor was sent flying. Unfortunately, although the laser was powerful, it didn't harm Thor. He hadn't even landed yet when he charged forward with Mjolnir raised. Tony, of course, wouldn't back down and charged forward as well. Bang! The two engaged in close combat. During the fight, trees and rocks shattered. After a few minutes of fighting, a red shield flew in, interrupting their battle. Following it was a loud shout, "Both of you stop!" Tony and Thor looked up and saw Captain America, clad in his star-spangled outfit. Approaching the two who had paused their fight, Captain America first looked at Thor and asked, "Why are you here?" Thor hesitated for a moment, thinking it over before lowering his weapon. Frowning slightly, he said, "I'm here to stop Loki's schemes." He paused and added, "And to search for any other Asgardians that might exist. He might be my brother." End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 165. Chapter 165. Upon hearing Thor's first words, Steve and Tony weren't too surprised, but when they heard the last part, they exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Steve frowned and asked, "Your kin? Brother? Another Asgardian, one of the legendary gods?" Although Steve didn't believe the person in front of him was a god, nor did he think the one Thor mentioned was a god, he didn't argue and continued the conversation. In the distance, Loki, who was eavesdropping on their conversation, narrowed his eyes, instantly recalling the figure dressed in white who had once shown signs of divine power. Whatever crossed his mind, his expression grew complicated, filled with jealousy and disappointment. At that moment. Hey, Tony shrugged. Another actor? Tony, never one to care about the mystical, remained a staunch atheist despite all the supernatural events he'd encountered. In his view, even supernatural forces had a scientific basis, just that no one had figured it out yet. As for gods, he didn't believe in them at all. The presence of Thor and Loki only reinforced this belief. How could gods be so weak? Tony guessed that this so-called Asgardian race was probably just extraterrestrials, not gods at all. You. Thor's eyes flared in anger at Tony's words. Steve glanced at Tony, signaling him to hold off on speaking. Let's put aside the question of your kin for now and focus on Loki, Steve said in a serious tone. You say you're here to stop Loki's schemes? Prove it to me. Put down your hammer first. When Steve said this, he wasn't thinking much about it. To him, putting down a weapon was a sign of goodwill. He didn't consider any ulterior motives, like disarming the opponent to defeat them. His words were sincere. However, while his intentions were simple, Thor didn't see it that way, and even Tony sensed something. Oh no. Tony was about to say that asking Thor to put down his hammer wasn't a good idea when Thor, in a fit of anger, swung Mjolnir at him, sending Tony flying. Boom! Tony crashed into a tree. At that moment. You want me to put down my hammer? Thor glared at Steve. Like an enraged bull, Thor leaped high with Mjolnir raised, ready to strike. As Thor approached, Steve half-crouched and raised his shield. In the next second, the hammer collided with the shield. Boom! The hammer flashed white, lightning erupted, carrying immense kinetic energy. But it wasn't enough to destroy the vibranium shield. The lightning and kinetic energy struck the shield and were immediately reflected back. Boom, boom, boom! A whirlwind of energy swept through the area, toppling trees and filling the air with dust. Thor was sent flying, crashing to the ground. As the dust settled, the three of them struggled to their feet. You. Thor grumbled, filled with frustration. At this moment he felt powerless, whether against the man in the metal suit or the one with the shield. What kind of shield could reflect attacks? An actor, huh? Looks like you can't beat him. Seeing Thor's disheveled state, Tony couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. Is this what gods are? You claim to be some Asgardian god. Are gods this weak? You should change careers. Acting suits you better than being a god. Thor seethed with rage, wishing he could smash the metal man's mouth shut. But Tony's words did indeed make him feel a deep sense of loss. Despite being an Asgardian god, he was struggling against two mortals. As Thor was feeling down and angry, a round of applause echoed through the silent forest. Who's there? Thor, Steve, Tony, and even Loki, who had chosen to stay hidden instead of fleeing, all froze at that moment. Instinctively, they turned towards the source of the sound. Not far away, on a tree branch, sat a figure shrouded in mystery. It was impossible to tell how long he'd been watching. The thought of it sent chills down their spines. But more importantly, both Thor and Steve, as well as Tony, noticed the figure's attire. He was dressed in a way that was hard to describe. Completely black. No, it wasn't just black, it was as if they couldn't see any color at all. Like a black hole, no light could reflect off the figure's clothing, making him appear as a void like the night sky. Moreover, his face was hidden in shadow, vague and indistinct, as if the night itself had draped a veil over him. In short, the figure was utterly mysterious, impossible to discern who or what he was. Observing them, Syd's lips curled into a slight smile. The figure in the tree was indeed Syd. To conceal his identity, he had used the abilities granted by his divine power to disperse light from his clothes, preventing any light from touching them. This was why Thor and the others saw him as wearing black, yet not, giving him a strange appearance. Who is this person? Tony and the others grew wary. Glancing at them, Syd's gaze finally rested on Thor and his voice, altered to sound different, slowly echoed out. I think he's right, Thor. You don't seem like a god. Before Thor could show his anger, he heard something that left him stunned. Like a prophecy, the mysterious figure's voice reverberated through the air. Are you the god of thunder or just the god of hammers? Without the hammer you can't unleash your divine power. The true power lies within you, yet you never seek to unlock it. When you lose the hammer, you'll realize that it doesn't define you. Listening to the mysterious figure, Thor felt a bit indignant, wanting to retort, but he couldn't find the words. At that moment he heard one more sentence that left him in shock. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 166. Chapter 166. You are truly weak compared to the Rune King Thor, who has mastered the power of the runes. Syd said slowly. He was referring, of course, to the version of Thor from the comics. Rune King Thor is considered one of Thor's most powerful forms. The original Asgardian Ragnarok was far more exaggerated and tragic than what the movies portrayed. Most myths don't have an ending, but Norse mythology is different. Ragnarok is inevitable. When Ragnarok comes, the Norse gods will die, and the 9 realms will be consumed in Surtur's flames. However, although the Norse gods perish after some time, they will reappear. They will be reborn, completely unaware that they have already experienced Ragnarok, starting everything from the beginning until they face Ragnarok again, and then are reborn once more in an endless cycle. This cycle has happened countless times, and for a long time the Asgardian gods were unaware of it until later when Odin, the All-Father, discovered the truth. Syd contemplated this. The real truth is harsh. It's like a dish named Ragnarok. In the Marvel Universe there are many gods, and the Asgardian gods are only ordinary ones. In the comics there's a group of beings hidden in the shadows, the gods of the gods, who secretly control Asgard. Although the Marvel Universe is far from scientific, it still follows the law of conservation of energy. The gods of the gods need energy to grow stronger and to survive. And Ragnarok is their source of energy, their food. They treat the Asgardian gods like crops, sowing the seeds and waiting for them to grow. When Ragnarok arrives, it's harvest time. All the energy the gods have gathered throughout their lives is consumed by these beings upon their death. Destruction, rebirth, endless cycles, continuously being consumed by these beings. Until Odin discovered the truth. When Ragnarok struck again, Thor sacrificed his eye and drank from the well of wisdom, gaining insight into the truth of Ragnarok. Hanging from Yggdrasil for 9 days and nights, he gained the power of the runes and, on the brink of death, fused his divine power with rune magic. Thus Rune King Thor was born. In this form, Thor's power surpasses even Odin's, reaching the level of the Skyfathers. Eventually he shattered the loom of fate, ending the cycle of Ragnarok and achieving what Odin could not. However, those hidden gods of the gods were only temporarily driven back. This shows the immense power possessed by those beings. Of course, this is just a story from the comics and has nothing to do with the main universe. There's no gods of the gods in Asgard. Syd thought with some uncertainty. But even so, he believed that outside the main universe, there must be a universe where this story exists. If I ever get the chance, I'd like to see these so-called gods of the gods. Syd's lips curled into a slight smile. After finishing his thoughts, he turned his attention back to Thor. Upon hearing Syd's words, Thor was momentarily stunned and muttered, "Rune magic? Rune King Thor. What is all of this?" He was confused, not understanding what this mysterious person was talking about. Syd glanced at him and casually revealed a secret that shocked everyone. Runes are the letters of the ancient Norse alphabet, imbued with mysterious power. The power of the runes is also known as rune magic. I think you should know what runes are. Hearing this, Thor suddenly realized, but his face soon showed a troubled expression. As an Asgardian, he was naturally aware of runes, but only his mother had studied them. He had never studied them and didn't know how to use them. Besides, in his view, having a strong body and his hammer was enough. Who needed rune power? Syd, guessing what Thor was thinking, calmly said, "That's why you're so weak. When you understand the power of the runes, awaken your divine power and combine them, then you'll truly be a god." From a distance, Loki, who was listening quietly, had his eyes light up, a glint of scheming flashing within them. Thor was momentarily taken aback. He didn't know much about rune power, but he had some understanding of awakening divine power. He had heard his father mention it in passing. He knew very well how difficult it was to awaken divine power. Who knew when that would happen for him? So, combining rune magic and divine power makes Rune King Thor? Is that really powerful? Thor hesitated, not entirely convinced. At that moment the mysterious figure in black continued speaking, "As for now, your strength is truly an embarrassment to gods. You can't even defeat two mortals. You're too weak. I feel ashamed for you." Syd shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, Thor's eyes flared up in anger. Before Thor could say anything, Tony's voice cut in, "Are you an actor too? Are you supposed to be some kind of god? In this day and age, you guys are still playing the god game." Tony couldn't resist making a sarcastic comment. As an atheist, he firmly believed that these beings were just aliens, not gods. Steve, although he shared some of Tony's thoughts, knew that the situation was serious and kept a wary eye on the mysterious figure. Hearing Tony's words, Thor and Loki both felt a wave of discomfort, coupled with a sense of frustration and defiance. When had they, as Asgardians, ever been mocked by mortals from Midgard? But at the same time, they couldn't deny that these mortals were formidable, and they didn't have the overwhelming power to instill fear and demonstrate the might of the gods. They felt frustrated, eager to prove something but unable to do so. At that moment, to their surprise, the mysterious figure let out a soft chuckle. "Is that so?" As soon as the words fell, Steve, Tony, Thor, and even Loki felt a sudden jolt of shock. "This is..." Boom! Violent lightning erupted. Blinding white light flashed, leaving them no time to react. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning crackled through the forest, striking Steve, Tony, and even Thor in an instant. With a sizzle, Tony was knocked to the ground by the lightning. As for Steve, although his shield blocked most of the lightning, parts of his body were still exposed to the bolts. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
500 PS reached. Next goal, 1000 PS. With a muffled groan, Steve's entire body turned blackened from the lightning strike. Thor, too, was left stiff from the blow. It was odd that the god of thunder could be shocked by electricity, but it was true. Fortunately, his strong physique and resistance meant he wasn't seriously injured, just a bit paralyzed and disheveled. However, at this moment Thor wasn't thinking about that. His eyes were locked onto the mysterious figure in black not far away, exclaiming, "Lightning! How can you wield it too?" He was utterly shocked. Lightning had always been his exclusive power, yet now he saw someone else wielding it with nearly the same power as Mjolnir. Thor wasn't the only one surprised. Loki, watching from afar, was also stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief. Was there really someone else who could control lightning besides that foolish brother of his? He couldn't believe it and grew increasingly suspicious of the mysterious figure's identity. Who was he? Apart from them, Tony, who had been knocked to the ground, and Steve, who was struggling to get up, were also stunned. Thanks to his armor, Tony was relatively unharmed, while Steve's enhanced physique allowed him to avoid serious injury, though he was momentarily incapacitated on the ground. But neither of them had the luxury of thinking about anything else. Their eyes were fixed on the figure who had just unleashed the lightning. Who was this person? On the tree branch, Syd felt the dissipating thunder in the void space and glanced at the aftermath, seeing Steve and the others still standing. He couldn't help but marvel at their resilience. As for how he could wield lightning, it was naturally because of the storm that had occurred when Thor arrived. Flying high in the sky, Syd had absorbed several bolts of lightning using his photon shield to avoid being struck. He had planned to use this stored lightning in a critical moment, but to his surprise, it hadn't inflicted serious damage on any of them. Noticing that the lightning had been depleted, Syd turned his gaze toward Thor, his thoughts stirring. In the next moment he opened his right hand. Then, to Thor's utter astonishment, Mjolnir left his hand and flew straight into the grasp of the figure on the tree. "My Mjolnir!" Thor exclaimed in disbelief. Loki was equally shocked. At that moment, a rumble echoed from the sky, and bolts of lightning began to dance through the clouds. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning struck down, enveloping Syd in a storm of thunderbolts. In an instant, lightning swirled around him, forming a silver suit of armor that encased his body. Thor stood there, dumbfounded, unable to describe his feelings. Mjolnir had flown into a stranger's hand? And that person could wield it? Thor could hardly believe it and began to question everything. Since when had Mjolnir been so easily taken? And this wasn't the first time it had happened recently. How many times was this now? At that moment, Thor felt as if Mjolnir had betrayed him, leaving him feeling frustrated and hurt. While Thor wrestled with his emotions, Syd, now surrounded by lightning, felt a series of changes within his body. Not only had his fourth-tier godly physique grown stronger, possibly nearing a fifth-tier level, but his divine power had also transformed. Unlike the last time, this time as the power of lightning surged within him, he felt no rejection. The two energies coexisted, albeit without merging, and he could sense that his internal light energy or divine light had grown considerably stronger. In the distance, Loki was left speechless. After a brief rest, Steve and Tony exchanged glances, both now able to move again. In the next instant, Tony raised his right hand, aiming his palm at the mysterious figure who was seemingly deep in thought. Boom! A yellow laser beam shot out. Steve threw his vibranium shield with all his might, sending it hurtling toward the mysterious figure alongside the laser. Tony watched expectantly, certain the laser would hit its mark. Indeed, just as he expected, the laser struck the figure's chest, and Steve's shield also connected with the target. Boom! Bang! However, in the next moment, Tony, Steve, Thor, and even Loki were all stunned. The laser and shield had hit the figure, but neither caused any harm. The figure stood there unmoving, a barrier of lightning and light instantly neutralizing their attacks. A hint of divine power emanated from the figure. Tony, refusing to believe it, fired more lasers from both hands. Then something even more shocking happened. The figure raised his right hand and casually placed it in the path of the lasers. Zzz. The lasers scattered. The hand was held up nonchalantly, but no matter how powerful the laser beam was, it couldn't move the hand an inch or even leave a scratch. What shocked Tony the most was that this time, the figure didn't use any mysterious energy to block the lasers. He did it with his bare hand. Shit. Seeing this, Tony almost cursed aloud. Was this some kind of joke? A human being able to block a laser with their bare hand? Tony's eyes grew serious. He knew exactly what this meant. It meant that this guy's body was at least as strong as steel. No, even stronger than steel. With the current power of the Mark Armor's lasers, he could easily melt steel, but it had no effect on this guy. The overwhelming power was suffocating. At that moment, Thor noticed something and his eyes widened. Was that divine power? He muttered to himself. Loki, also noticing it, was full of disbelief. What did you say? Divine power. Tony, still in shock, heard this and was immediately confused. He and Steve looked at Thor. As Thor explained, they finally understood what had happened. Just as they had attacked, Thor had sensed a trace of divine power emanating from the mysterious figure. Shit, are you saying he's a god? Tony exclaimed. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 168. Chapter 168. At that moment, as Thor mentioned sensing divine power, Tony and Steve exchanged a glance. He's a god? Steve asked in surprise. Thor hesitated before nodding. It seems, it's the divine power of Asgard. He spoke with uncertainty. Due to the mixture of light and thunder powers, Syd's aura had become unfamiliar to Thor, making it difficult for him to recognize something he had once sensed. Although deep down it did feel somewhat familiar. Thor was puzzled. How could Earth repeatedly have people with divine power? Who exactly is this person? As Thor voiced his confusion, Tony and Steve became convinced that the mysterious figure nearby was likely another Asgardian, another god. So what kind of god is he? Do you all like to hang out on Earth? When Tony first heard that this mysterious figure was a god, he didn't think much of it. After all, the so-called gods he'd encountered weren't all that impressive. But then he realized something was off. This guy's power seemed different. Are Asgardian gods supposed to be this strong? Isn't this guy a bit too powerful? Catching the laser from the Mark armor with his hand, what kind of power is that? Tony thought in hesitation. Steve also noticed something was off, pondering similar questions. Despite witnessing the formidable strength of the mysterious figure, they still didn't believe he could be overwhelmingly powerful, partly because of Thor and Loki. As their minds raced and Thor pondered, while Loki watched in suspicion, Syd made his move. With a divine clarity he raised Mjolnir. The next second, boom, boom, boom. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the clouds, densely packed and impossible to count. The white light was blinding. Crackling, the lightning struck Mjolnir all at once. It was as if a sea of lightning had descended. The sheer magnitude of it was terrifying to behold. Boom! Syd swung the hammer, and the lightning surged toward Tony and the others, their eyes wide with shock. In an instant, a radius of 20 to 30 meters of forest was engulfed in a sea of lightning. Tony screamed, instinctively trying to evade, but it was too late. In no time his armored figure was covered in bolts of lightning. The surface of the Mark armor was scorched with marks. At the same time, the energy surge from the lightning caused the Mark armor's power levels to spike. Energy at 500%. Energy at 600%. Energy at 700%. At first Tony could still manage a grin, but as the energy levels rose his smile faded, realizing that if the energy kept increasing, the Mark armor would eventually overload and then… Tony was relatively fortunate, at least having the Mark armor to shield him from the lightning. Steve, on the other hand, was in a much worse state, already paralyzed and unable to rise from the ground. In the distance, Loki, hiding in the shadows, was filled with dread as he watched the sea of lightning descend. As for Thor, he was utterly stunned. Although he was also within the sea of lightning, his physique prevented him from suffering serious injuries, leaving him merely disheveled on the outside. At that moment, only one thought remained in his mind. Am I the god of thunder, or is he? How is Mjolnir so much more powerful in his hands than in mine? He couldn't believe it. If he had this kind of power, those two Midgardians would have been dealt with long ago. Who is this mysterious figure and how does he possess such power? Tony attempted to flee the area but was promptly struck down by Mjolnir, landing hard on the ground, unable to get up. As the storm subsided, the 20 to 30 meter radius was left charred, with some trees and leaves catching fire. Steve was crouched on the ground, his body stiff and his consciousness fading. Tony's Mark armor had been scorched to the point of discoloration. Had the storm lasted any longer, both of them might have been in grave danger. Looking at the mysterious figure in black standing on the tree, the group was left bewildered and deeply shaken. Hey, you okay? Tony called out to Steve with difficulty. Cough, still hanging on. Steve replied weakly. After glancing at Steve to ensure he wasn't about to keel over, Tony's gaze returned to the mysterious figure in black on the tree. He realized that it was likely this figure who had held back, or else he and Steve would have been done for. Tony found it hard to believe that this suspected Asgardian god had such overwhelming power. In just a few moments, both of them had been rendered incapable of fighting. At that moment, the mysterious figure slowly floated into the air, quietly observing them. Tony and the others were in disbelief. Are you sure this guy is a god just like you? Tony couldn't help but ask Thor. Gazing at the floating figure, both Tony and Steve felt an immense pressure. Compared to Thor and Loki, this guy seemed far more like a true god. Not only was he mysterious, but he also possessed power that was beyond human comprehension. If Thor had displayed such power from the start, Tony wouldn't have made those sarcastic remarks about him being an actor. Perhaps this was what a true Asgardian god should be. Tony thought hesitantly. Thor understood what Tony meant, and his face flushed with embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. Then something caught his attention. Although Syd was floating, he wasn't using flight but rather chaos magic, causing his hands to emit a faint red glow. In an instant, Thor's mind flashed with memories. In a town, he and a mysterious figure dressed in white, who possessed divine power, fought together against the destroyer armor sent by Loki. "Brother, is that you?" Tony and Steve looked at Thor in confusion as he asked in shock. Syd, who had been about to speak, paused, turning his gaze to Thor. Seeing Thor's expression, Syd quickly realized what had happened. He figured it out. Syd shook his head, losing interest in continuing the ruse. He casually flicked Mjolnir with his right hand. Boom. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 169. Chapter 169. Mjolnir slammed heavily into the ground in front of Thor. The next second, Syd's body moved slightly as he turned around in midair. Amid the stunned gazes of the others, Syd was about to fly away when he suddenly paused, glanced back at Tony and the others and said mysteriously, "We will meet again." With that, the sound of him breaking through the air echoed as Syd quickly flew off into the distance, disappearing from their sight. He's gone just like that? Tony and the others were left bewildered, confusion settling in their minds. We'll meet again? What does that mean? Frowning, Tony suddenly recalled something and turned to Thor, asking curiously, "Do you know this guy? Did you recognize who he was just now?" He was thinking about the words that mysterious figure had said before leaving. Steve also turned his gaze to Thor, equally puzzled. In the distance, Loki, who overheard their conversation, narrowed his eyes slightly, and after a moment memories flashed through his mind, and he suddenly realized something with a shocked expression. At that moment Thor glanced at them, slightly excited as he said, "That guy had red light in his hands. I think I know who he is. He might be the one I've been looking for, my kin." As he continued speaking, Thor's expression turned anxious, muttering to himself, "He might also be my brother." Upon hearing this, Loki's heart was filled with complex emotions, resentment, bitterness. Tony and Steve, on the other hand, were stunned. "Brother? That man is your brother?" Tony asked in surprise. Thor, calming down from his initial excitement, replied hesitantly, "I'm not sure, but I think so. He might also be my father's child. That mysterious divine power, ordinary Asgardians don't have it." Hearing this, Tony and Steve exchanged glances, both seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Suddenly Tony asked hesitantly, "That guy who might be your brother, his power is really that strong? Compared to him, your power... Such incredible power." Tony murmured in amazement. Although Tony didn't finish his sentence, Thor understood what he was getting at and found himself at a loss for words, feeling embarrassed. At that moment he also felt a sense of inadequacy. "Yeah, why is my power so weak?" He then thought about his battles with the two Midgardians. He had struggled even against two mortals. If I had his power... Thor's eyes were filled with envy. If he had that kind of power, these two Midgardians wouldn't dare mock him, and even his father would be proud of him. As he continued to think, he recalled the words of that mysterious figure, who might be his brother. Rune King. Is that really a thing? Thor looked doubtful. At that moment, Tony frowned slightly. He noticed a keyword that Thor had mentioned and muttered, "red light." Prompted by Thor's mention, Tony couldn't help but recall something he had overlooked earlier. Indeed, when the mysterious figure in black floated into the air, his hands had emitted a faint red glow. However, due to the overwhelming power and aura of the figure, Tony had dismissed it at the time. For some reason, the red light felt familiar to Tony. After pondering for a few seconds, something clicked in his mind, and his mouth opened slightly. It shouldn't be possible. Tony shook his head vigorously, finding his own thoughts amusing. An Asgardian god. How could he be that white-clad hero, the Omega-level mutant? Tony didn't believe it, thinking he was overthinking. It must be a coincidence that the energy just happened to be red. The more he thought about it, the more Tony convinced himself. At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, are you guys done fighting?" Loki walked out from the shadows with a hint of mockery in his tone. As Loki approached, both Tony and Steve frowned deeply. "You didn't run away?" Tony asked suspiciously. Loki shrugged. "I couldn't just leave you all to face danger alone, could I?" None of them, not even Thor, believed Loki's words. The three of them kept a wary eye on Loki. "What are you up to?" Thor asked suspiciously. He knew his brother's character better than the two Midgardians did. If Loki didn't have some ulterior motive, he wouldn't have stayed behind. He should have escaped the moment the fight started. For all he knew, this might just be an illusion left behind. Thinking of this, Thor paused and quickly stepped forward to punch Loki in the shoulder. When he heard a painful grunt, he finally relaxed. But at the same time, he grew even more confused. Although he didn't understand what Loki was up to, they decided to capture him anyway. After fighting alongside the two Midgardians, Thor glanced at them and decided to cooperate for now. Just then, Natasha, who had been watching the battle, piloted a jet over to them. As the jet landed, the three of them forced Loki aboard. Soon, the sound of the jet's engines roared to life. Natasha piloted the jet, carrying the group toward the helicarrier floating at an altitude of 10,000 meters. In the distance, watching the jet fly away, Syd narrowed his eyes and quietly followed. High up in the sky, a massive helicarrier floated silently. Inside, a squad of soldiers escorted Loki to a holding cell. Before long, Loki was placed inside a specially designed glass and metal cell. "If you even so much as scratch that glass..." Nick Fury, clad in his black leather jacket with his single eye fixed on Loki, warned, "This cage will drop from 9,000 meters straight down with you inside." "Got it." As he issued the warning, Nick Fury demonstrated the mechanism for Loki. Finally, noticing Loki's foot hovering near the glass, he added, "Ant, your foot." Loki chuckled as he pulled his foot back. "This is quite the design. But I take it, it wasn't made for me, was it?" Nick Fury gave him a sidelong glance. "The thing it was designed for is much meaner than you." "I've heard, a raging beast." Loki smiled. "How desperate must you be to have brought such a creature on board to protect you?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Dr. Banner, the Hulk. Nick Fury frowned slightly but didn't respond. Instead, he turned his attention to Thor, Banner, and the others. "Can you tell me what happened when you captured Loki?" He had heard from Tony and the others that quite a few things had happened during Loki's capture. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 170. Chapter 170. As soon as Nick Fury asked his question, Tony quickly summarized the situation for him. Everything seemed straightforward until Tony mentioned the appearance of the mysterious figure in black, which made Nick Fury frown. Who was this person? While Nick Fury was still puzzling over it, Tony shared his suspicions about the figure's identity. Another Asgardian? Another son of Odin, the All-Father? Nick Fury was stunned. In the next moment he turned his gaze toward Thor and asked, "Is he your brother? Is Asgard planning to invade Earth?" All eyes focused on Thor, waiting for his answer. Hearing Nick Fury's question, Thor frowned immediately and responded, "First of all, let me correct something. Our presence here does not constitute an invasion. Midgard, Earth, has always been under Asgard's protection. It's just that you mortals don't know it." Thor spoke seriously. "Otherwise, do you think Earth has gone unchallenged for so long? Without Asgard's protection, Earth would have been invaded by other forces long ago." The implication was clear. Midgard, Earth, was Asgard's backyard. It rightfully belonged to them, and there was nothing wrong with visiting what was essentially their own garden. Nick Fury's frown deepened as he scrutinized Thor's expression, and he realized that Thor wasn't lying. He must be telling the truth. Understanding this, Nick Fury felt uneasy. In his view, Earth should belong to humanity, not to some gods. Seeing the expression on Fury's face, Loki from his cell chuckled mockingly. "Thor, it seems they don't appreciate your protection." Thor glared at Loki before turning back to warn Fury. Without Asgard's protection, Midgard's fate would not be pleasant. I don't think you're ready to face extraterrestrial forces. Nick Fury, who had been preparing to argue, suddenly felt a heavy weight settle in his chest, and fell silent for a few seconds, choosing to let the matter drop. Because, as much as he hated to admit it, the Asgardian was right, Earth was not ready to face alien threats. Nick Fury, unaware that tampering with the Tesseract had already crossed a dangerous line, thought to himself. Thor glanced at Fury, then addressed the first question, saying hesitantly, "I'm not sure if he's my brother, I really don't know." He paused before continuing, "But aside from the royal family, no one else could awaken divine power. Even you aren't sure of his true identity." Fury's frown deepened, sensing how troublesome this situation was. How long had it been, and already another mysterious figure had appeared? And this one wielded immense power. What if he started causing destruction? "Is he stronger than you?" Fury asked for confirmation. Before Thor could answer, Tony spoke up, explaining how the mysterious figure had effortlessly defeated everyone, including Thor. Fury was stunned by what he heard. As his thoughts raced, Fury was already planning how to deal with this potential Asgardian prince if things went south. Later, Steve, Dr. Banner, Thor and the others sat around a table, discussing the situation. "I have a feeling something's not right with Loki," Steve said as he applied ointment to the injuries he'd sustained from the lightning, his gaze shifting to Thor. "Thor, what is he planning?" Now that Steve knew Thor's identity, he thought Thor might have some insight and asked directly. "Sure enough. He has an army under his command called the Chitari," Thor began, sharing what he knew. "They aren't Asgardian, nor do they belong to any planet. Loki plans to lead them in an attack on Earth. They'll certainly help him. I suspect the Tesseract is part of the deal." "An alien army?" Steve frowned as he continued applying ointment. Dr. Banner suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "He took the Tesseract to create a portal, didn't he? To bring those guys here. And he took Dr. Selvig with him?" At the mention of that name, Thor recalled the middle-aged man who had been with Jane in the town. "Selvig. He's an astrophysicist," Banner explained. "He's a friend of mine," Thor nodded. "Now he's our enemy," Natasha reminded them. "Loki used magic to control him, along with some of my colleagues." Unaware that the scepter had been used, Natasha assumed Loki had cast a spell. After listening to the conversation, Steve suddenly asked, "I don't understand, why would Loki surrender? How can he command his army from here?" Dr. Banner shook his head. "I think it's a mistake to focus on Loki. This guy's mind is hard to grasp. If you ask me, he's just a madman." At that, Thor immediately turned to him and warned, "Watch your words. Loki may be unreasonable, but he's still Asgardian. And he's my brother." Natasha looked at Thor calmly and said, "He killed 80 people in 2 days. Thor corrected himself. "He's adopted." Dr. Banner continued, "I think Loki's plan involves some sort of machinery, something to do with iridium." "Iridium? What's he using that for?" Before Banner could answer, Tony walked into the room and replied first, "It can be used as a stabilizing agent. That way the portal won't collapse, it will be very stable." As he spoke, Tony approached Thor and patted him on his sturdy arm. "Nice to meet you, big star. Your hammer packs quite a punch." Tony continued, "Additionally, according to Loki's needs, that portal can be made larger and stay open longer. Other materials should be easy for Barton to get. What they still need is a high-density energy source to power the Tesseract." Hearing Tony's detailed explanation, Agent Hill was surprised and couldn't help but ask, "Since when did you become an expert in nuclear astrophysics?" End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 171. Chapter 171. Tony casually replied, "Just over the past few days, Coulson's reports, Selvig's notes, articles on extraction theory." He then added in disbelief, "Am I the only one doing homework?" As they continued discussing how Loki might use the Tesseract, Barton and his mind-controlled team were already in action. High above, in a secluded corner of the helicarrier, Syd, who had been quietly observing the scenery, suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. "It's starting." A black jet was rapidly approaching from afar. The helicarrier's radar had already picked up the incoming jet. A female operator was trying to establish communication. "Transport 66B, please input your confirmation code. We have your information, but there's no record of your flight. What are you carrying?" Inside the jet, Hawkeye Barton smirked slightly and replied, "Weapons and ammunition." As he spoke, the team inside the jet prepared their gear, loading their weapons, while Barton picked up a specially crafted bow. As the crew on the helicarrier conversed, sometimes even argued, Barton positioned himself at the open rear door of the jet, nocked an arrow and slowly drew his bow. With a whoosh, the arrow, equipped with a small explosive, embedded itself in the helicarrier's outer hull. Boom! A massive fireball erupted, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. In an instant, the helicarrier suffered significant damage, with parts of it breaking off and the entire structure shaking violently. Tony and the others were stunned but quickly reacted. Steve grabbed his shield, while Tony sprinted toward his armor. As they armed themselves, chaos erupted within the helicarrier, with personnel running in all directions. "Alert! Alert! All hands, attention!" The warning echoed throughout the helicarrier. "Engine 3 is out of control." Meanwhile, Barton and his team had landed on the helicarrier's deck. "We can't let them repair the engines," Barton reminded them. "Yes, sir." Simultaneously, due to the sudden turn of events, Dr. Banner, overwhelmed with stress, collapsed to the ground, struggling to suppress something within. "We'll be okay. Banner, you have to hold on." Black Widow, standing by his side, urgently tried to calm him. Unfortunately, despite her efforts, Dr. Banner lost control and began transforming into the Hulk. His body swelled, his skin turned green and his muscles bulged, tearing through his clothes. In no time, with a roar of anger, Banner lost complete control, and the Hulk took over his body. The Hulk's eyes immediately locked onto the nearest person, Black Widow. Natasha's heart skipped a beat, knowing things had taken a dire turn. She tried to flee, but after just a few steps, she heard the heavy sounds of pursuit behind her. Clearly, the Hulk was hot on her trail. Boom! 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 He barreled through everything in his path, smashing through equipment left and right. Inside the helicarrier's specialized glass cell. Thanks to his keen hearing, Loki sensed the chaos unfolding and couldn't help but smirk. Roar! The Hulk's roar echoed. In a shadowy corner. Watching the Hulk's rampage, Syd's thoughts wandered. He knew the Hulk well enough. Whenever Banner's emotions ran high, he would lose control and transform into the Hulk. And in Hulk form, his body was governed by a simple primal consciousness, Hulk. The Hulk not only possessed an incredibly tough body, almost indestructible, but also had extraordinary regenerative abilities. Most importantly, the angrier he got, the stronger he became. And as everyone knew, the Hulk's power came from a gamma radiation experiment. Syd rubbed his chin, feeling a bit uncertain. He vaguely remembered that the Hulk's power source wasn't just gamma radiation, but was also linked to a powerful entity. Shaking his head, Syd decided not to dwell too much on the Hulk. His attention returned to the unfolding chaos, ready to enjoy the show. At that moment, Thor arrived nearby, coming face to face with the Hulk. With curiosity in his eyes, Syd watched as the Hulk swung his fist at Thor. Boom! Thor raised his hand to block, struggling to withstand the Hulk's blow. The sight surprised Syd. It showed that the difference in strength between the two wasn't as significant as one might think. But this was in Hulk's base state. I wonder if, when my divine body reaches level 5, I'll be able to physically match the Hulk. Watching Thor struggle, Syd felt unsure. Maybe with the aid of Mjolnir? He recalled how Mjolnir had previously empowered him, making his body incredibly strong. And Mjolnir was always just a call away. As long as it was on Earth, he could summon it at any time. It would take only a moment for Mjolnir to fly into his hand. Banner, stop. I'm not your enemy. Thor tried to reason with the Hulk, but the Hulk ignored him, sending Thor flying with a powerful punch. It seemed like the Hulk's beastly instincts were highly attuned, as he suddenly turned and looked in the direction where Syd was hiding. The next second the Hulk charged toward him, smashing through everything in his path. Syd blinked in surprise. He had just been wondering if he could take on the Hulk, and now the Hulk was charging at him? He had no interest in engaging with the brute. But the Hulk didn't care about what Syd wanted. He saw Syd standing there and found him to be a nuisance. Roar! With a roar, the Hulk swung a massive fist at Syd. Syd shook his head, not willing to indulge the Hulk, and casually raised his hand, which began to glow red. The next second the raging Hulk froze, his entire body lifting off the ground. Boom! In a blink the Hulk was flung away, crashing into the ground some distance away, looking rather disheveled. At that moment Thor, who had been lying on the ground, recovered and quickly got to his feet. He grabbed Mjolnir, ready to teach Banner a lesson, but then he saw the scene before him. Thor was shocked. When did Banner get knocked down? With such a strong body, who could have done that? Instinctively Thor turned his gaze forward, but there was nothing there, no one in sight. Thor was puzzled. Roar! By then the Hulk had gotten back up. He was furious and felt humiliated. His simple mind couldn't understand how he had been thrown like that. He looked around but couldn't find the one who had tossed him. All he saw was Thor, and the Hulk redirected his anger toward him. Seeing this, Thor raised Mjolnir and charged. With a loud bang, the Hulk, unaware of Mjolnir's power, was sent flying with a single hit. As the two clashed, standing at a distance, Syd watched the battle while pondering something important. Speaking of which, the Battle of New York is about to start. I wonder if the Time Variance Authority will show up. Syd's expression grew serious. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 172. Chapter 172. 1500 PS reached. Next goal, 2000 PS. Thinking about the Time Variance Authority TVA made Syd feel a sense of caution. The TVA was a powerful organization that had influenced many timelines, as shown in the Loki TV series. In Avengers Endgame, to bring back the half of all life that was wiped out by Thanos' snap, Tony Stark and the other Avengers used the quantum realm to travel back to key points in time, including the Battle of New York, which is the current timeline. They came back to this moment to collect the Infinity Stones since the ones in their original timeline had been destroyed by Thanos. The plan was to use them to reverse the snap, and then return them to their rightful places afterward. During this mission, the Tesseract accidentally fell at the feet of the captured Loki, who of course, seized the opportunity to escape using it. The Loki TV series tells the story of Loki after he deviates from his original destiny, leading the TVA to intervene and capture him as a variant. According to the sacred timeline, Loki should have been arrested and taken back to Asgard, gone through several events, faked his death multiple times to trick Thor, and ultimately met his end at the hands of Thanos, who broke his neck. For Thor, watching his father, mother, sister and finally his brother die before his eyes was utterly devastating. It's no wonder he fell into despair. Thor really is cursed, Syd muttered, shaking his head in exasperation. I hope I don't end up dying because of him one day. Of course, this was just a joke. There were very few things on Earth that could pose a threat to him, so he didn't really believe he was in any danger. Syd continued to reflect on Loki's situation. Due to Loki's escape, he deviated from the original timeline, creating a new one, which attracted the attention of the TVA, who quickly apprehended him. Against the TVA's advanced technology, Loki had no chance to resist and was swiftly captured. While in custody, Loki learned much about his original fate and the TVA itself. Years ago, a multiversal war nearly destroyed everything, but the Timekeepers emerged, merging the multiverse into a single timeline, the sacred timeline, to maintain peace. The TVA was created to manage and correct the timeline, operating from a dimension outside of normal time known as the null time zone, unaffected by time's passage. The TVA's role was to monitor, adjust and balance the countless variables across the multiverse's timelines, aiming to minimize temporal disruptions. Loki's actions had clearly violated these laws, resulting in his capture. The Avengers' time travel, on the other hand, was considered a sanctioned act by the TVA, which is why they weren't arrested. I wonder if the Avengers will show up here to collect the Infinity Stones, Syd pondered with a frown. If they did, Loki would escape and deviate from his destined path, prompting the TVA to intervene. Suddenly, Syd shook his head. In comparison to Loki, I'm probably the real problem. Unlike Loki, who only caused minor disruptions, Syd had profoundly altered the fate of many, leading to significant changes in their destinies. Loki's future will likely change just because of my influence. If the TVA were to intervene, their first target might not even be Loki but rather Syd himself. This is why the mention of the TVA made him uneasy. They were essentially enemies who could pose a serious threat to him. Though the TVA agents weren't particularly powerful on their own, their advanced technology was formidable, far beyond anything from the distant future. For instance, anyone who entered the TVA's domain would lose their powers, becoming no more than an ordinary person. Syd suddenly wondered, I wonder if the TVA's technology could suppress my mimic abilities? Which was stronger, the TVA's advanced technology or his own mimic powers? Syd found himself curious. Unfortunately, since the TVA hadn't appeared yet, there was no way for him to test it. At that moment, Syd also considered whether to intervene if the Avengers arrived to collect the stones. After all, if they took the stones and anything went wrong, if they failed to return them, this universe would be left without its Infinity Stones. As the Ancient One once explained to the Hulk, if you take the stones to save your reality, what happens to mine? The Ancient One clearly understood the concept of branching timelines and was reluctant to part with the Time Stone. But the Hulk eventually convinced her, especially by invoking Dr. Strange's name, leading her to hand it over. After contemplating for a while, Syd returned his attention to the ongoing battle. Tony Stark and Steve Rogers were trying to repair the Helicarrier's damaged engine, but with Barton and his team causing further destruction, their efforts were proving futile. The Helicarrier, now at nearly 10,000 meters in altitude, was slowly descending. It wouldn't be long before everyone aboard would plummet to their deaths. Syd wasn't particularly concerned and continued to watch the unfolding events with interest. Thor, having shaken off the Hulk, was heading toward Loki's glass cell. As for the Hulk, he had leaped onto a jet and was tearing it apart with his bare hands. With a loud explosion, the jet blew up, sending the Hulk plummeting from the sky. Syd glanced at the falling Hulk and then lost interest. After all, the Hulk wouldn't die, even if he fell into molten lava. Syd slowly followed Thor, who was heading towards Loki's cell, curious to see what would happen. Soon they reached Loki's prison, only to find that the cell door had already been opened. No! Thor roared and charged forward, trying to prevent Loki from escaping. But he ended up grasping at thin air, lunging at an illusion Loki had left behind. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 173. Chapter 173. With a loud thud, Thor crashed into the cell. Standing outside, Loki smirked with satisfaction. This trick never fails with you. Thor, seething with rage, raised his hammer and began smashing it against the glass walls of the cell. However, despite his efforts, the glass only cracked slightly, causing the entire cell to shake but not shatter. At first, Loki seemed concerned, fearing that Thor might actually break free and beat him up, but upon seeing the minimal damage, he let out a relieved laugh. Amused, Loki commented, "The humans think we are immortal gods. Shall we test that theory?" He walked over to the control panel that operated the glass cell, ready to drop it from the nearly 10,000-meter high altitude. At that moment, a groan echoed through the room as one of the agents controlled by Loki collapsed to the floor. All three in the room, including Syd, who was observing from the shadows, turned to see Agent Phil Coulson entering with a high-energy laser weapon. The weapon Coulson carried looked like it could cause some serious damage if used. "Please step away from the controls," Coulson said, his voice steady despite the tension. "Like it?" After you sent the destroyer, we started working on this. I don't really know what it does yet, wanna find out. Coulson gestured with the weapon, signaling Loki to move away from the control panel. Syd shook his head, thinking Coulson was underestimating Loki. Even though Loki's reputation as the master of magic was somewhat inflated, he still knew a few useful tricks, especially when it came to illusions. Sure enough, a swift sound cut through the air as Loki appeared behind Coulson, holding the scepter he had somehow obtained. With a swift motion, he stabbed Coulson through the back with the scepter's sharp point. Coulson cried out in pain, collapsing to the floor. "No!" Thor shouted in fury. With Coulson dealt with, Loki, smiling at the enraged Thor, calmly walked back to the control panel. He pressed a button, opening a hatch beneath the cell, allowing the fierce winds from the high altitude to rush inside. Clearly, below the cell was nothing but open sky. Finally, Loki pressed the critical button, sending Thor and the entire glass cell plummeting from the helicarrier. Syd barely paid attention to this. With Thor's Asgardian physiology, even a fall from nearly 10,000 meters would be no more harmful than it was for the Hulk earlier. If the Hulk could survive such a fall unscathed, so could Thor. Syd even suspected that with his own level 4 godly body, he could jump from the same height without any protection and come out completely unharmed. As Thor plunged into the sky, the soon-to-be dying Coulson weakly muttered, "You're going to lose." "Me? Lose?" Loki was baffled. "It's in your nature." "You won't win," Coulson whispered. Loki found this amusing. "Your heroes are scattered, your fortress is about to fall from the sky. What exactly do I have to worry about?" "You lack conviction," Coulson replied. Loki sneered. "I don't think so." But as soon as he finished speaking, a thick yellow beam of high-energy laser fired, catching Loki off guard and sending him flying through the air, smashing through a wall in the process. Syd couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Coulson had just been tricked, and now it was Loki's turn to be caught off guard. It seemed Coulson, not playing fair, had gotten the drop on Loki, who hadn't dodged in time and took the full brunt of the laser. "So that's what it does," Coulson murmured as he witnessed the weapon's power. However, it wasn't long before Syd saw Loki, lying on the floor, slowly getting back up. Clearly, human weapons were still far from being able to deal any serious damage to his body. Without further concern for Coulson, who was on the brink of death, Syd watched as Loki left the area. Soon after, Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., arrived to check the cell, finding Coulson near death. "I'm sorry, boss. I let that pest get away," Coulson weakly said. Looking at Coulson with sadness, Fury urged, "Stay awake. You'll be fine. Just focus on me." "No. I think I need to rest," Coulson replied with a faint smile. Fury, however, was adamant. "You can't rest." "I'll be fine, boss. They just needed a little push to come together," Coulson said, clearly referring to the Avengers. As soon as he finished speaking, Coulson began to slip into unconsciousness. Watching from the shadows, Syd barely gave them a second glance, unconcerned about Coulson's fate. Although Coulson's injuries were severe, and survival seemed unlikely, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s advanced technology was beyond ordinary. Soon enough, Nick Fury would transport Coulson's body to a secret facility, where the most advanced medical team would work to save him. During the process, they would inject Coulson with a special substance known as GH325, which would trigger a cellular regeneration effect. In the end, as shown in the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. series, S.H.I.E.L.D. would successfully bring Coulson back to life. So, Syd didn't dwell on it much. After one last glance at them, he silently floated to the open hatch and let himself drop. This scene, however, was noticed by Coulson just before he lost consciousness. As for Nick Fury and the others, their attention was focused on Coulson, and their backs were turned, so they didn't notice anything. Just one look and Coulson knew who it was. The figure in black clothing resembled the mysterious person described by Tony Stark and others. What was he doing here? Had he been hiding in the shadows, watching everything unfold? What was his purpose? Could Loki be connected to him? Was he the mastermind behind all of this? In an instant, a flood of conspiracy theories filled Coulson's hazy mind. With his last bit of willpower, Coulson tried to warn Fury about what he had seen. "Boss, that man." His gaze was fixed on the open hatch, trying to alert Fury. "What man?" Fury asked, confused, just as Coulson's voice faded, and he slipped into unconsciousness. Fury, setting aside his sadness for a moment, turned to look behind him, but saw nothing. In the end, he couldn't figure out what had shocked Coulson so much in his final moments. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 174. Chapter 174. Unfortunately, whatever Coulson saw before his death will remain a mystery until he is revived. Soon after, a team of medics hurried over to examine Coulson's body. Not long after, an announcement came through the communication devices worn by Agent Hill and others. Agent Coulson is dead. The medical team is on the way. Tony Stark, Captain America and the others, who had just stabilized the Helicarrier's descent, fell silent upon hearing the grim news, the atmosphere growing heavy. Around the conference table, Nick Fury pulled something out of his pocket. These were found in Agent Coulson's jacket. He never got the chance to get them signed. As Fury spoke, he looked at Captain America, tossing the items onto the table. They were a set of cards, with images of Captain America printed on them. It was evident that Coulson had been a fan, but he never got the opportunity to express it. Captain America, holding the bloodstained cards, fell into a contemplative silence. Nick Fury continued, updating the group on the current situation. Communications are down. We can't locate the Tesseract. Banner and Thor are missing. I'm at a loss here. And now Coulson is dead. I've lost my most trusted lieutenant. Maybe I had it coming, Fury said with a touch of self-deprecation. He then added, "We originally intended to use the Tesseract to make weapons, but I didn't place all my bets on that. Instead, I invested in a riskier project." Captain America furrowed his brow in confusion. Fury looked at Tony Stark, explaining, "That was my vision. Stark should know. I called it the Avengers Initiative. The idea was to bring together a group of remarkable people to see if they could become something more." Pausing briefly, Fury sighed before continuing, "Originally my goal was to include Stark and a few others, but there were two key individuals I aimed for, though unfortunately they were out of reach." "Who?" Captain America asked, having an inkling but wanting confirmation. With Stark and Rogers watching, Fury revealed, "Those two were Messiah and that white-clad freak, the White Knight." He continued, "But their powers are too terrifying. The world fears them, and they are too easily unhinged. If they lose control, the consequences would be catastrophic. The instability of mutants is well documented, supported by extensive research and countless incidents. Thus, rather than being part of the Avengers, they're more like unstable elements that need to be neutralized." This was why Fury had sent Captain Marvel to eliminate Messiah when he first appeared, hoping to remove a potential threat. However, the chosen battleground wasn't ideal, and the confrontation ended inconclusively. At this point, Fury paused, avoiding further discussion about the two dangerous Omega-level mutants. However, even though Fury stopped, Stark and Rogers couldn't help but ponder the implications of including Messiah and the White Knight in the Avengers. The very thought of these two formidable beings joining their ranks was terrifying. If these two had been involved in the Helicarrier incident, it likely wouldn't have happened. Yet if the Omega mutants did join, they would have questioned Fury's true motives. If Fury ever directed these two towards some horrific objective, the thought alone was chilling. Unaware of their thoughts, Fury continued, "The main reason I formed the Avengers was so that when we needed them, they could unite and face threats beyond our control." Coulson believed in this until the end. He believed in... Pausing, Fury solemnly added, "the existence of heroes." But just as Fury finished his impassioned speech, Stark stood up and left the room without a word, clearly not supportive of the Avengers initiative. Or perhaps Stark had already rejected Fury's proposal during a previous discussion, having no interest in joining what he mockingly referred to as the Superboy Band. As Stark's figure disappeared from the room, Fury awkwardly muttered, Well, it's a bit of a cliché concept, I suppose. While the three were engaged in conversation, Syd hovered silently above. Photon energy +1. Photon energy +1. As the notifications chimed in his mind, Syd gazed into the distance from his aerial vantage point. He noticed that Thor had already emerged from the glass cell, but he hesitated to pick up his hammer from the ground. The death of Coulson had shaken him, leaving him uncertain whether to continue fighting. If he did, would more people die? While Thor wavered, Syd drifted a bit further, observing the Hulk, who lay unconscious and naked in the rubble. A worker handed him some pants, which he quickly put on. As Syd absorbed energy points and watched these two, Black Widow and Hawkeye were in one of the Helicarrier's medical rooms. "Barton, you'll be all right," Natasha reassured him. "How do you know?" Barton forced a smile. He was sweating profusely, lying on the bed with a pained expression as he struggled to break free from the control of the scepter. "I'm running out of time." Barton gasped, "I need to get this out of my head." "You just need some time. You'll be back to normal soon," Natasha said, handing him a glass of water. Barton sighed, "You don't understand. You've never had someone take control of your mind. That feeling of pushing the real you out and filling it with something else. Do you know what it's like to be unmade?" Barton glanced at Natasha. Natasha replied quietly, "You know, I've been there." Barton paused, recalling some past events before quickly changing the subject. "How did you wake me up? How did you chase him out?" he asked, referring to his mind-controlled self. "I realigned your consciousness. Hit you really hard on the head," Natasha explained. "Thanks," Barton said, appreciating the gesture. Seeing that Barton was recovering, Natasha went over to undo his restraints, allowing him to move freely again. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 175. Chapter 175. At that moment, Barton seemed to recall something, mumbling, "Natasha, how many agents did I?" Before he could finish, Natasha cut him off, reassuring him with a few words. "Don't dwell on it. Don't add to your guilt. It was all Loki's doing. They're monsters and we haven't been trained to handle this." Whether Barton took her words to heart or not, he suddenly asked, "Loki, did he escape?" "Yes," Natasha nodded, then looked at Barton intently. "Do you know where he went?" Barton shook his head. "No, he never tells me and I don't ask." After a brief pause he added, "He's probably about to execute his plans soon, today." "We need to stop him," Natasha said, her brow furrowed. "Who else is there besides us?" Barton asked. "I don't know. Whoever's left." "All right." Barton then reflected on the lives lost because of him, muttering, "If I could just put an arrow in Loki's eye, maybe I'd be able to sleep." Hearing his words and seeing that he was slowly returning to his senses, Natasha breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "You're finally back to normal." But as soon as she said that, Barton remarked, "But you're not. You're a spy, not a soldier. That's not who you used to be. Now you want to be on the front lines. Why? What did Loki do to you?" He recalled how Natasha had charged into battle against him while he was under Loki's control, a behavior that was unlike her usual self. Natasha fell silent for a moment before finally saying, "He didn't do anything to me, it's just—" "Natasha." Natasha stared into the void ahead. "I'm a bit shaken. Because I've got too much blood on my hands. I want to make amends." Natasha remained quiet. The reason she was known as the Black Widow was because of her deadly skills, like the most lethal spider, always slipping past unnoticed until it was too late. Once people realized her presence, it was often already too late. Before joining S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather the Avengers, she had been trained in a special facility, where she had committed numerous heinous acts with cold-blooded precision. Natasha couldn't help but recall her final graduation test at the Red Room, the facility that trained elite female spies. They were placed in a desolate wilderness and told that only one of them could return to graduate. The test provided only enough resources for one person. In the end, only she returned. In Natasha's mind, she saw herself as a monster, whether in the Red Room or after she left it. She believed she needed to atone for her past sins, to make up for the wrongs she had committed. This was why, not long ago, even though she was a spy by trade, she had thrown herself into the front lines of battle. She felt compelled to do something to make amends for her past mistakes. In fact, things were unfolding as Natasha feared. If nothing changed and no other variables intervened in the battle against Thanos, she would ultimately sacrifice herself to obtain the Soul Stone. For the Soul Stone, and to ensure Tony Stark and the others could gather the stones to resurrect those lost in the snap, she would willingly throw herself off a cliff. In the end, everyone else would be resurrected. Everyone except her who had been sacrificed for the stone, leaving her as nothing more than a memory among the Avengers. Her actions of atonement perfectly aligned with the hidden criteria for lifting Thor's hammer. If, during that moment when Thor invited the Avengers to try lifting Mjolnir, Natasha hadn't declined, there was a high chance she would have succeeded in lifting the hammer. Compared to Jane Foster, who lifted Mjolnir due to her relationship with Thor, Natasha was far more deserving of that honor. At that moment, Barton, having heard Natasha's words, seemed to understand something and fell silent. Clearly, he knew some of Natasha's history. While they conversed, Captain America approached Tony Stark, asking about Coulson. Was he married? Steve Rogers inquired. Tony Stark replied no, but he had a girlfriend who played the cello. I'm sorry for your loss. He seemed like a good man. Steve said quietly. Tony shook his head. He was too damn loyal. He went up against Loki alone. He did his duty, but he was in over his head. He should have waited for backup. Steve noticed something and asked, "Is this the first time you've seen a soldier die?" Tony, with a serious expression, quickly denied, "But we're not soldiers." After a moment of silence, Tony continued, "I don't plan to follow Fury's orders." Steve, thinking of something, said, "Neither do I. Fury and Loki are both responsible for Coulson's death. But right now we have to focus on the bigger picture. Loki needs a power source. If we could fabricate one." Steve was about to suggest a plan to lure Loki into a trap when Tony interrupted, having had a sudden realization about Loki. "Loki, he's an attention seeker. That's not important." Steve didn't understand what Tony was getting at. But Tony continued, "It's crucial. That's his personality. He knows all about our backgrounds." "Why do you think that is?" "To make us fight each other?" Steve asked, still puzzled. Tony nodded, "Exactly. Divide and conquer. It's brilliant. He knows that to win, he has to defeat us all. He wants to beat us and he wants an audience to see it. He wants spectators. Last time, in front of the whole crowd." The more Tony spoke, the more certain he became. Steve also remembered the scene at the plaza, where Loki had stood high above, demanding the crowd kneel before him. Tony continued, "That was just a preview. Today is the main event. Loki is a textbook egomaniac. He wants the flowers, the applause. He needs a prominent building to stand atop so his name can be glorified." As Tony's voice trailed off, he and Steve exchanged glances, both realizing what Loki was planning. In New York, the building that fit that description was Stark Tower. They instantly knew Loki's next move. "That bastard!" Tony cursed. While Tony and Steve discussed, up on the rooftop of Stark Tower, numerous devices had been set up, and Dr. Selvig was busy with final preparations. It was clear that these were the tools needed to activate the Tesseract, and the portal to another dimension was about to open above Stark Tower. Not far away, hidden in the shadows of a nearby building, a group of yellow-robed sorcerers observed Dr. Selvig's actions. "Is the Lord's prophecy about to be fulfilled?" "What prophecy?" Caecilius and a dozen other sorcerers gazed intently, both expectant and confused. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 176. Chapter 176. Caecilius and the dozen other sorcerers watched the events unfolding atop Stark Tower, their eyes filled with a mixture of anticipation and confusion. Just by observing, they had a premonition that something significant was about to happen, especially with the inside information from their contact within S.H.I.E.L.D., who had briefed them on the Tesseract's capabilities. Such a divine object, coupled with advanced technological equipment, clearly indicated that the other party had grand ambitions. At that moment, one of the sorcerers among Caecilius' group couldn't help but recall the great demon's prophecy. The words of the demon seemed to echo in their minds once again. The Earth would soon face its destined fate, it would be invaded. A great war would begin, a war that would have far-reaching consequences, possibly leading to the blip event. The sorcerers' hearts filled with even more curiosity and expectation. What exactly did the demon's prophecy entail? As they pondered this, back aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. Helicarrier, Steve Rogers, having figured out Loki's plan, hurriedly sought out Natasha Romanoff. Bursting into the medical room, he warned, "We need to move." "Where to?" Natasha asked, puzzled. "I'll tell you on the way." Before Natasha could respond, Clint, who had just emerged from the washroom, chimed in, "I can fly." Soon after, the group donned their uniforms, grabbed their weapons, bows, shields, and more, and hurried towards a waiting jet. Meanwhile, on the helicarrier, director Nick Fury was flipping through Captain America's cards, the ones left behind by Coulson. Maria Hill, the slim, attractive agent in a black uniform, approached. "Sir," she said, noticing the blood-stained cards in Fury's hands, unable to stop herself from asking, "Weren't those cards originally in Coulson's locker, not his jacket?" Fury didn't deny it. He admitted openly, they needed a push. Clearly he had employed a small trick, taking the cards from Coulson's locker, staining them with blood, and presenting them to the team as if they had been found on Coulson's person. At that moment, Fury's earpiece crackled to life. "An unauthorized jet has taken off from Platform 6. Nick Fury glanced up, just in time to see a jet speeding away. In an instant he knew it had to be Steve and the others. "Found Loki, have they?" Fury muttered. After watching the jet for a few seconds, he turned his attention back to the helicarrier, his tone firm as he issued orders through his earpiece. "I want communication systems back online, no matter what it takes." He then hurried toward his office, giving Maria Hill additional instructions as he went. "I need updates constantly." "Yes, sir," Hill responded. Simultaneously, Thor, regaining his confidence, lifted Mjolnir, summoning bolts of lightning from the skies. Meanwhile, Tony was flying alone in his Mark armor, heading straight for Stark Tower. While Stark and the others were making their moves, Syd had already arrived near the center of New York, close to Stark Tower. From his vantage point, he spotted Tony Stark approaching from the distance. "It's about to start," Syd thought, his eyes filled with anticipation as he waited for the opportune moment to seize the Tesseract and the scepter. As for the consequences of seizing the Tesseract in broad daylight, he wasn't concerned in the slightest. At that moment, under the watchful eyes of Caecilius, Syd, and others, the massive technological apparatus atop Stark Tower began to hum to life. The Tesseract, positioned at the center of the apparatus, began to glow with a brilliant blue-white light, slowly rising into the air. Bolts of energy crackled around the Tesseract, and a constant buzzing filled the air as it started to spin. It was releasing its energy. By then, Tony Stark had reached Stark Tower. "Sir, I've shut down the arc reactor, but the Tesseract is still powering up," Jarvis warned. As Tony flew closer to the building, he spotted Dr. Selvig operating the equipment. He issued a stern warning, "Shut it down, Dr. Selvig." However, under Loki's control, Selvig felt no fear. He called back, "It's too late. It's already unstoppable. It's going to show us a whole new universe." "Fine." Tony snapped, raising his gauntlet and firing a repulsor blast at the equipment without hesitation. Boom! The energy blast shot out, but as soon as it reached the device, a blue energy shield, clearly powered by the Tesseract, sprung up, absorbing the blast. Not only did the shield repel the attack, but it also reflected the energy back with immense force. An explosion echoed as the energy shockwave blasted Tony Stark away, sending Dr. Selvig crashing into the building, knocking him unconscious. Watching this unfold from a distance, Syd contemplated the situation. It seemed that, as Selvig had said, there was no way to stop the device now, at least not without something related to the Infinity Stones. Generally, only a stone could counter another stone or destroy it. The only way to stop this device was with the Mind Stone, or another stone's power. Or perhaps, a power related to the energy of the stones. I wonder if my chaos magic can stop this thing. Syd mused, curious. He wasn't sure if the chaos magic he had mimicked contained the power of the Mind Stone. If it did, it might stop or even destroy the Tesseract. If not, then it would be a moot point. Tony Stark seemed to come to a similar realization. Jarvis's voice chimed in. "Sir, that's pure energy, it can't be penetrated." "Yeah, I noticed," Tony muttered, adding, "Initiate Plan B." "But sir, the Mark 7 isn't ready for combat yet," Jarvis cautioned. "Doesn't matter, we're out of time," Tony insisted, preparing to deploy his newly developed suit. Landing on the armor deployment platform atop the tower, robotic arms began removing his current suit piece by piece. At that moment, Tony spotted Loki standing in one of the building's floors. Instantly, irritation and anger flared across Tony's face. Loki noticed him too, smiling nonchalantly. Tony ignored him and walked into the building. "You're here to beg for mercy, I presume?" Loki taunted as they closed the distance between them. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 177. Chapter 177. 500 PS reached. Next goal, 1000 PS. Tony maintained a facade of calmness as he engaged in small talk with Loki, all while making his way to the bar in the living room. Taking advantage of Loki's distraction, he discreetly put on the wristband that controlled the Mark 7 armor. Eventually, Loki grew impatient and prepared to control him using the Mind Scepter. However, when the Mind Scepter touched Tony's chest, there was a crisp clink. The scepter had struck the arc reactor embedded in his chest. The smug smile on Loki's face gradually froze. With a ding, Loki tapped the scepter against Tony's chest again. After confirming that it failed once more, he incredulously remarked, "I've never missed before." Tony tried to console him. "It's natural to have an off day. Alright, don't beat yourself up over it. Everyone has their..." Before he could finish his sentence, Loki, now embarrassed and furious, grabbed Tony by the neck and threw him to the ground. "Jarvis, what are you waiting for?" Tony called out as he struggled to get up. Loki approached and grabbed Tony's chin, sneering, "You will all kneel before me." Tony, in a panic, shouted, "Activate, quickly!" Jarvis had just activated the Mark 7, but before Tony could suit up, Loki grabbed him and hurled him out of the tower. With a crash, Tony smashed through the glass, plummeting toward the ground below. Fortunately, just before impact, the Mark 7 armor successfully attached itself to him, fitting perfectly as he fell. Tony flew back to the top of the tower and fired a laser, knocking Loki down. Huh. At that moment, the device connected to the Tesseract activated. A blinding blue-white beam shot straight into the sky. The clouds began to part, revealing a void that led to who knows where, a portal. On the other side of the portal, the Chitari commander and the Chitari soldiers saw the suddenly opened gateway, and felt a surge of excitement. In the next instant, one ship after another flew into the open portal. As they crossed the portal, they were met with bright sunlight and a skyline filled with towering buildings. The sound of ships piercing through the air echoed over New York City. Watching this, Tony said solemnly, "Come on, Army." With that, he flew into the sky without hesitation, heading straight for the approaching Chitari. Meanwhile, nearby, Caecilius and the other sorcerers also witnessed this unfolding event. Their eyes were filled with shock and awe. "The prophecy of the Master has come true," Caecilius murmured reverently. Beside him, a burly sorcerer named Perry also spoke with reverence. "The demon god said Earth would meet its destined fate and be invaded, and it's actually happening." "Is this Earth's destined fate?" "Invasion, so that's what it meant." "An alien invasion?" At this moment, Yosis and the others, who had once doubted the demon god's power and even had some lingering doubts until just moments ago, were now filled only with shock. What was happening before their eyes was precisely what the demon god had predicted. How unbelievable! At the same time, they couldn't help but recall the demon god's next words. A war would begin, a war with widespread consequences. Would Earth experience an extinction-level event? Widespread consequences. Extinction-level event? What were those? Would they really happen? Is this battle in New York City what the great demon god referred to as the extinction-level event? Yosis wondered aloud. Probably, Perry nodded, convinced. At that moment, the other sorcerers also believed that the extinction-level event mentioned by the great demon god must be what was happening now. As they watched, Tony soared into the sky, destroying one flying vessel after another. This scene was also noticed by the citizens of New York. After all, anyone who wasn't blind could see the energy beam shooting from the top of the Stark Tower, the space portal above it, and the flying vessels carrying the chitari. One by one, pedestrians stopped in their tracks, and cars came to a halt as everyone looked up at the sky. Oh my God! I feel like I'm dreaming. What's going on? Is this the end of the world? Screams erupted and some pedestrians, sensing the danger, began to flee in panic. As they ran, the chitari piloting small flying crafts began their attack. Energy blasts were fired from the crafts. Boom! 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 Cars and pedestrians were blown away, with blood and flames spreading from the Stark Tower as the epicenter. While the screams of the crowd filled the air, Syd, hiding in a dark corner, suddenly noticed a blue energy blast heading his way, along with a chitari craft rapidly approaching. Clearly, the chitari pilot had spotted him. Human die. The chitari pilot's heart was filled with a sadistic pleasure. To him, it was just another earthling about to die at his hands. The thought made him exhilarated. As the craft sped toward him, Syd sighed. In the chitari pilot's stunned gaze, Syd reached out and effortlessly caught the blue energy blast. Throughout the entire process, aside from a slight sting in his palm, the energy blast didn't even break his skin. The chitari pilot was dumbfounded. Is this the fragile earthling? Who am I? Where am I? At that moment, the chitari pilot felt only confusion. But in the next second he had no time to think about anything else, as a beam of sunlight descended from the sky, piercing through his chest and destroying his craft in the blink of an eye. The chitari pilot was left in shock. Boom! The craft exploded mid-air. Seeing this, Syd felt even more exasperated. Is this a joke? Suddenly he looked up at the Stark Tower in the distance. There Loki, clad in his horned armor and wielding the mind scepter, appeared on the tower's balcony. At the same time, a figure holding a hammer flew up to meet him, Thor. Loki, shut down the Tesseract or I'll destroy it. Thor shouted in warning. You can't, it's unstoppable now. The only thing left is war. Loki replied with a wide grin. All right then. Thor, now furious, launched himself at Loki. The two began to fight. From afar, watching the battle, Syd paused for a moment, casually dodging a stray bullet as he quietly stepped further into the shadows to avoid being noticed by Thor and Loki. It wasn't his time to step into the fray just yet. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 178. Chapter 178. Check my other translations. Updates every day. Naruto. Superpower Roulette. One Piece, my crew is trash. Pokemon breeder in One Piece. Starting as a Class 5 mutant. I've already confronted the 5 Kage and the system just arrived. Marvel. I started by containing SCPs. Naruto, Infinite New World. Stark Tower. Thor wielded Mjolnir, while Loki brandished the Mind Scepter. The two clashed fiercely, their battle occasionally sending debris crashing down from the surrounding buildings. Meanwhile, as Tony fought his difficult battle, a female voice came through his communicator. "Stark, we're on your right." A fighter jet approached from the distance, piloted by none other than Captain America and the others. Upon hearing this, Tony couldn't help but quip, "Did you take a bullock cart? You're too slow." After his remark, he continued, "Head to Park Avenue, I'll lead these guys over there." With a swarm of Chitari ships in pursuit, Tony flew full speed toward Park Avenue. Thanks to their combined efforts, several Chitari were taken down. "Sir, more are coming," Jarvis warned. Sure enough, just as they eliminated some, more Chitari appeared. As Tony began to feel overwhelmed, he noticed that the jet carrying Captain America and the others was struck on the wing by Loki's scepter as it neared him. Fortunately, under Hawkeye's skillful control, the jet landed safely, allowing Tony to breathe a sigh of relief. As soon as they exited the jet, Captain America and the others noticed the space portal in the sky becoming active again. A swarm of Chitari pilots descended, accompanied by a massive whale-like iron warship. The warship's menacing appearance left Captain America and the others in shock, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. How are we supposed to fight this? This colossal warship was far beyond anything humanly possible to combat. As the warship flew, Chitari soldiers began jumping from it, wreaking havoc on the human population below. "Stark, do you see this?" Captain America called Iron Man. "I see it, but I still can't believe it," Tony responded, equally incredulous. As he spoke, he thought of the Hulk. "Where's Banner? Is he here yet? Let me know the moment he arrives." With that, Tony flew toward the warship, observing its destructive path through the city's buildings. He instructed Jarvis, "Jarvis, find its weak spot." While Tony searched for the warship's weak point, the battle between Loki and Thor was reaching its conclusion. "Look at this, look around you," Thor said as he restrained Loki, gesturing for him to observe the destruction. Loki glanced around and saw the fires of war spreading through the city, with buildings engulfed in flames. "Do you think this will end with your rule?" Thor asked angrily. Loki, shaken by the brutality of the war, felt a pang of fear as Thor's words sank in. Although he had these thoughts when Thor confronted him, Loki retorted, it's too late to stop it." As he spoke, he looked again at the burning New York City, lost in thought. "No, we can stop it together," Thor pleaded, trying to persuade him. Loki turned back to stare at Thor. After a few seconds, defiance filled his heart. The more Thor spoke like this, the more Loki wanted to oppose him, unwilling to admit he was wrong. In the next moment, Loki pulled out a spiked weapon and swiftly stabbed Thor in the side. Thor, weakened, released Loki and crouched to the ground, clutching his abdomen. Loki, his expression cold, mocked, "Sentimental fool." But before Loki could react, Thor unexpectedly rose and punched him. Caught off guard, Loki was quickly overpowered, even losing the mind scepter as he fell to the ground. Without sparing a thought for the scepter, Loki rolled off Stark Tower and landed precisely on a Chitari craft. Thor could only watch as Loki made his escape. Meanwhile, after some analysis, Tony launched his attack on the warship. He fired a barrage of small missiles, perfectly striking the warship. Although it didn't cause much damage, it did grab the warship's attention. "Alright, got its attention. What's the next move?" As Tony flew ahead, he tried firing laser blasts and other attacks at the warship, but none of them did more than scratch the surface. Seeing this, Tony felt a deep sense of helplessness. In the distance, Captain America and the others watched as his efforts failed. Who could take down this thing? Besides the Hulk, who wasn't here, who could possibly deal with this? As they stood in despair, unsure of what to do, Syd, hidden in a nearby corner, also noticed the rapidly approaching warship. Given his proximity to Stark Tower, it was inevitable that the warship would likely come into contact with him if left unchecked. Troublesome. Syd immediately felt annoyed. Why does this warship have to head in my direction? Feeling frustrated, he decided not to tolerate it any longer. In the next second, as Tony, Captain America, and the others felt helpless and unsure of what to do, the sunlight within a kilometer suddenly dimmed. Like a bolt of lightning, a golden beam, no thicker than a pinky finger, appeared. The warship, along with the Chitari controlling it and those rampaging aboard, was caught off guard. Under the stunned gazes of Captain America, the passers-by and the chitari, the golden beam swiftly sliced through the center of the warship. Like cutting through fish, the golden light flashed, and the warship was split in two right before everyone's eyes. Boom! The warship froze mid-air, split in half and plummeted toward the ground. As it fell, the sharp-eyed Captain America, Hawkeye, and others noticed that the center of the warship had melted into molten metal. Clearly, this warship had been cut by an incredibly high-temperature beam. What just happened? Tony and the others were stunned. The thing they had found so daunting, so difficult to deal with, was suddenly gone. What was that? As they stood there in shock, the chitari who had witnessed the scene were equally astonished and furious, unable to believe what had just happened. Who did that? It's impossible. Just a mere human. Could an Earthling have done this? Impossible. Even they would need considerable time to destroy the warship, let alone humans with their primitive technology. They simply couldn't believe that an Earthling could have done this. Captain America, the passers-by and the chitari waited for a while but didn't see anyone reveal themselves. So how did it happen and who did it? Who could do something like this? At this moment, their hearts were filled with confusion and bewilderment. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 179. Chapter 179. 1000 PS reached. Next goal. 1500 PS. Also, if we reach 80 reviews, I'll upload plus one extra chapter. Amid their confusion, the battle paused for a moment before resuming. In the sky, Loki suppressed his doubts and resumed commanding the chitari. All units, move out. To the shock of Captain America and the others, an overwhelming number of whale-like warships descended from the sky, so many that it seemed hopeless. At that moment, an even larger warship emerged from the space portal. Loki, you've disappointed me. I entrusted you with this army, and yet you still haven't dealt with these humans. A humanoid creature clad in black, whose appearance was hideous by human standards, stood atop the massive warship. With just one look, Loki recognized who it was, the chitari commander. Loki hadn't expected this guy to dare cross through the portal. As he thought this, he noticed the numerous warships pouring through the portal, surrounding the chitari commander. In such a situation, even if an attack were to suddenly appear, it would first hit the warships around the commander. Listening to the commander's words, Loki quickly retorted, "Have you ever considered that your army might just be too weak? You." The chitari commander was enraged. If it weren't for the critical timing, he would have tried to eliminate this insolent being who dared insult the chitari army. How dare he call the chitari army weak? Ignoring Loki, the chitari commander gazed at the burning human city below, a look of disdain in his eyes. Humans are nothing. At that moment, a scream echoed from near Stark Tower, drawing Loki's attention. A middle-aged woman was seen protecting two children, a boy and a girl, as they hid in a corner, panic-stricken. As the building next to them was destroyed by stray fire, their hiding spot was exposed to the chitari forces. Seeing this, a few chitari soldiers became excited, eager to eliminate the mother and her children. There are still people who haven't evacuated? From a distance, Captain America and the others noticed the scene, their hearts sinking. Without a word, they rushed or flew toward the family, intent on destroying the approaching chitari craft. The chitari commander watched this with a sneer, thinking these human heroes were foolish and overestimating their abilities. The mother and her children, cornered, looked in terror at the approaching chitari craft. Suddenly, before Captain America could reach them, a group of black figures appeared, catching everyone's attention. There were at least 100 of them, rapidly swarming toward the area. What are those things? The chitari commander was momentarily stunned. Even Loki was puzzled, unable to identify what these humanoid figures were. While they and the chitari soldiers were bewildered, Tony, Captain America, and the recently arrived Hulk recognized them instantly, as did the woman and her children. "Oh my God, it's the Sentinel robots!" The middle-aged woman, Mère Che, exclaimed in surprise. Her eyes filled with hope as she shouted joyfully, "We're saved!" Even the two children, around 8 or 9 years old, were wide-eyed with excitement, clapping their hands in delight. In the sky, the Chitari commander and Loki both noticed the expressions of joy on the humans' faces. What are these things that can make these desperate humans so happy? The Chitari commander and Loki exchanged confused glances. At that moment, a Chitari craft closed in on the mother and her children. Their conversation was transmitted to the Chitari commander and Loki through their communication devices. The woman, smiling in relief, reassured the children. These Sentinel robots were designed to combat the Omega Mutants Messiah and White Knight. With them, we're sure to be saved. Mom, that's great. These aliens can't kill us now. The children, now overjoyed, had even stopped crying, tears of happiness filling their eyes. Loki and the Chitari commander exchanged another look. What is this human woman and those children talking about? The Chitari commander was incredulous. He couldn't believe what he had just heard, that this human woman and those children actually thought these black figures would save them, and that the Chitari couldn't kill them. How is that possible? Are they dreaming? The Chitari commander sneered, thinking these humans were utterly foolish to believe that some black humanoid figures could defeat the Chitari army. Even though they had countless Chitari soldiers behind them, not to mention their advanced technology, he wasn't worried about these black figures. Whatever they were, they couldn't stop them, they would all be destroyed. Moreover, upon hearing that these things were designed to fight someone named Messiah and White Knight, the commander was even more disdainful. Messiah? White Knight? Some Omega mutants? Just two humans? Ridiculous. The idea that something made to fight two humans could be used against the Chitari army, wasn't that laughable? It was like ants creating weapons to fight bacteria and thinking they could challenge the sun, utterly absurd. In the distance, Black Widow, Captain America, Hawkeye, the Hulk and Tony gathered together. What are those human weapons? Thor asked, raising his head in surprise. Captain America immediately responded, those things are Sentinel robots, designed primarily to combat Messiah and White Knight. They're both Omega mutants, the main targets of the Sentinel robots. Listening to Captain America's explanation, Thor's eyes were filled with both surprise and doubt. Sentinel robots? Messiah and White Knight? Omega mutants? Can these black lumps really fight the Chitari army? Using something designed to fight two so-called Omega humans against an entire army? Even Thor was hesitant at this point. Just then, under the watchful eyes of the Chitari commander, Loki, Thor, Tony, and the others, the Sentinel robots sprang into action. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 180. Chapter 180. Check my other translations. Updates every day. Naruto. Superpower Roulette. One Piece, my crew is trash. Pokemon breeder in One Piece. Starting as a Class 5 mutant. I've already confronted the 5 Kage and the system just arrived. Marvel, I started by containing SCPs. Naruto, Infinite New World. Over 100 black Sentinel robots moved in unison, swiftly charging toward the Chitari forces. Under the watchful eyes of Captain America, Loki, the Chitari commander and others, each of these robots began to display special abilities. Boom! One Sentinel robot opened its head, and a yellow-red laser beam shot out, instantly striking a nearby Chitari craft. With an explosive blast, the craft was blown apart mid-air. Having neutralized its target, the Sentinel robot's logic system processed the situation and immediately locked onto the next closest Chitari craft. In the next moment it flew toward it. And this was just one of the more basic displays. What truly shocked Loki, Thor, the Chitari commander and others were the other Sentinels. One Sentinel's body turned into a metallic silver form, and it began crashing through the air, even targeting a whale-like warship. It jumped onto the warship and started attacking it with its arms. No matter how the Chitari retaliated, they barely managed to damage the Sentinel. In the end, it took a Chitari soldier using a special energy gun to finally cause some damage to the Sentinel, and even then the difficulty of the process was staggering. Additionally, there were Sentinels capable of controlling crystals, freezing Chitari crafts in mid-air, an ability that clearly belonged to Jan, one of Messiah's 12 disciples. After capturing Jan, Alexander Rod had him detained in a new facility, allowing the Sentinels to replicate and upload his powers for use at any time. Loki, the Chitari commander, and Thor witnessed these Sentinels deploying one special ability after another. As the Sentinels attacked, the Chitari forces suffered heavy losses. Seeing this, the Chitari commander was filled with disbelief. Their army, the mighty Chitari forces, was being temporarily held back by these black human-made machines? Impossible! How could humans create something like this? The Chitari commander shook his head in disbelief. The scene before him was beyond his imagination. Humans could create such terrifying machines. Suddenly, a critical point dawned on him. Loki, I heard that human women say that these black machines were made to fight those so-called Omega mutants? 2 humans. He turned to Loki beside him. Loki, who was equally shocked, nodded, confirming that he had heard correctly. At this moment, the Chitari commander could only murmur in astonishment, something created to fight 2 humans? And it's being used to fight our Chitari army? A chilling thought began to form in his mind. Even Loki seemed to be considering the same thing. Such terrifying machines mass-produced were designed to combat just 2 people? 2 humans? Omega mutants? Then just how powerful must those 2 be? Were they overthinking it? The 2 exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with disbelief and suspicion. In the distance, Thor was equally stunned, his mouth agape as he turned to Captain America and the others. Hey, you guys never told me you had such secret weapons that could be used against the Chitari army. Black Widow, Captain America, Hawkeye, Hulk, and Tony were all equally shocked. They had only ever seen the Sentinels fight against Messiah and White Knight, 2 Omega mutants. In their hands, the Sentinels were like toys, easily destroyed. They had never imagined that these Sentinels could be so effective in combat. At that moment, they realized they had underestimated the situation. Messiah and White Knight could easily deal with the Sentinels, but that didn't mean the Sentinels were weak. It only highlighted how terrifying those 2 Omega mutants were. After recovering from her shock, Natasha explained, "These Sentinels belong to another department. Fury tried to get involved, but the senators overruled him, so they hadn't expected the Sentinels to appear here." Hearing Natasha's explanation, Thor was still a bit puzzled. These things are called Sentinels, and they were made to fight Omega mutants? Like Loki and the Chitari commander, he too noticed the underlying issue. Something this powerful was created to fight just 2 humans? Thor found it all hard to believe and confusing. With the Sentinels now in the fray, the pressure on Captain America and the others suddenly eased. The Chitari commander, whose face was already dark, now looked even more grim. Although they had many soldiers, and those passing through the portal were only a fraction of their forces, if they relied solely on numbers, they might eventually overwhelm these black machines. But if this continued, they would suffer heavy losses, which was not what the commander had anticipated or intended. What infuriated and bewildered the Chitari commander even more were the next few words spoken by the mother and her children. From a distance, the woman and her children, seeing the Sentinels gaining the upper hand, grew excited. The 2 children clapped their hands in delight, cheering for the Sentinels. Their mother, Mère Che, wore an expression of satisfaction and began praising loudly. Thank God. Sentinels are Sentinels. Even though they can't handle Messiah and White Knight, and are just small fry easily dealt with by those 2 mutants, they're still more than enough to take down these aliens. Look at their power, it's amazing. Keep it up and get rid of these disgusting aliens. Her words echoed in the air. Hearing the woman's words, the Chitari commander's expression grew even darker. At the same time, his heart was filled with suspicion and uncertainty. Messiah? White Knight? Those 2 again? But the most shocking thing he heard was that these Sentinels, which he considered formidable, so formidable that it would take the manpower of an entire whale-like warship to take one down, were merely small fry against those 2. In his mind, the Sentinels' strength should have given them the upper hand against Messiah and White Knight, perhaps even killing them. But what had this woman said? These powerful Sentinels were just easily dealt with by those two humans. At this moment, the Chitari commander was left in disbelief. He couldn't believe it. Many Chitari soldiers had also heard the woman's words, causing a stir among them, their hearts filled with disbelief and shock. Even Loki, at that moment, felt that the woman was exaggerating. Was she really spouting such blatant lies? By now, the Chitari commander had snapped out of his shock and declared confidently that human woman must know we're eavesdropping, so she's deliberately saying this to undermine our morale. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 181. Chapter 181. Check my other translations. Updates every day. Naruto. Superpower roulette. One Piece, my crew is trash. Pokemon breeder in One Piece. Starting as a Class 5 mutant. I've already confronted the 5 Kage and the system just arrived. Marvel. I started by containing SCPs. Naruto, Infinite New World. Such a cunning woman, humans truly are full of deceptions. The Chitari commander gazed deeply at the human woman. If she hadn't overplayed her hand, he might have believed her and gotten frightened. Fortunately, the woman's rhetorical skills were lacking, and her words gave away a flaw that he caught on to. You're right. Loki, hearing this, fully agreed, though his face showed some anger. He was quite displeased by how the human woman had played him. In the distance. While the Sentinel robots are holding them off, let's move quickly. Noticing the Chitaris' advanced weaponry and their overwhelming numbers, Captain America saw that some Sentinel robots had already begun to fall, so he quickly gave orders. Stall them until the portal closes. Barton, head to the rooftop and find out their marching routes. As he spoke, he turned toward Iron Man. Stark, hold your ground. Anything approaching these 3 streets, either force them to retreat or burn them to ashes. Natasha. As Captain America issued orders, Black Widow and the others nodded in unison and dispersed, each heading off to carry out their respective tasks. Need a lift? Hawkeye looked at Stark. Hold on tight, don't fall off. With that, Tony grabbed Barton by the back and flew up to the top of a tall building. Upon reaching the rooftop, Hawkeye began observing the routes while intermittently drawing arrows and firing them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Explosive arrows shot out, each one hitting its target with pinpoint accuracy. Explosions echoed continuously. At that moment, Thor, wielding his hammer, jumped onto a nearby rooftop. Raising Mjolnir high, the sky immediately filled with clouds and thick bolts of lightning soon rained down. Thor then directed them toward the area near the portal. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of lightning struck, forcing Loki and the Chitari commander near the portal to the ground, their faces filled with anger. In the process, several Chitari aircraft were also destroyed by the lightning. Meanwhile, Hulk, encouraged by Captain America, leaped between buildings, continuously attacking the Chitari. As for Captain America, after giving a final instruction to Black Widow, he dashed off to rescue a mother and her 2 daughters in the distance. Seeing this, Black Widow didn't follow. Without closing the portal, no matter how many Chitari they eliminated, they wouldn't be able to finish them off. Seizing the moment, she bravely jumped onto a Chitari aircraft. After dispatching the Chitari pilot, she took control of the aircraft and flew it toward the rooftop of Stark Tower, preparing to try to shut down the Tesseract. Before Natasha could reach Stark Tower, Dr. Selvig, who had passed out on the rooftop earlier, struggled to regain consciousness. Due to the impact that knocked him out, he had broken free from Loki's mind control. Seeing the Chitari ships flying overhead and the widespread destruction, he felt a deep sense of fear and regret over his previous actions. At that moment, Natasha arrived nearby on the Chitari aircraft. She leaped into the air, landing on the rooftop of Stark Tower. Staring at the Tesseract, which was continuously emitting massive amounts of energy, Black Widow found herself momentarily unsure of how to deal with it. His scepter. Suddenly a voice came from behind her. It was Dr. Selvig. Doctor. Natasha turned around. Before Natasha could ask, Dr. Selvig continued explaining, Loki's scepter. It can counteract the Tesseract. It can penetrate the Tesseract's shield. Seeing Natasha's puzzled expression, the doctor explained further, because it can't fight against itself. Evidently he had realized that the energy composition of the scepter and the Tesseract was quite similar, believing they were essentially the same. He pointed to the area below. Loki's scepter is down there. Natasha walked over and looked down, spotting the scepter that had fallen during Loki and Thor's battle. Quickly she retrieved the scepter. Holding it, she thrust it toward the blue energy shield of the Tesseract. As soon as the two made contact, a bright flash erupted, and a sharp sound of clashing energy echoed. Though there was some resistance, the scepter steadily pressed forward. Seeing this, Natasha urgently spoke into her communicator, I can shut the portal. Hold on. In the distance, a tired Tony and the others perked up upon hearing this, instinctively breathing a sigh of relief. With the addition of the Sentinel robots, the American politicians and Fury's efforts, the nuclear missile that was set to annihilate New York was either delayed or never launched. Without the threat of the nuke, Natasha was not stopped by Tony, and focused solely on closing the space portal. As the tip of the scepter pierced the core of the device, the Tesseract's energy transmission was interrupted. In the next moment, the towering blue beam of light disappeared, and the portal in the sky suddenly began to close. It's over. The Avengers' faces lit up with joy. No. Loki, the Chitari commander, and others watched the scene with anger and disbelief. Just as everyone thought it was over, far away on a high rooftop, a group of yellow-robed sorcerers began to converse. Watching the rooftop of Stark Tower, the burly Perry became excited. Lord Caecilius, has the prophecy of the great demon come to an end? He then solemnly asked, should we retrieve the Tesseract? And that scepter, it looks like quite the treasure. If we take it and offer it to the great demon will surely reward us. Hearing his words, Caecilius, who was previously unsure of what to do next, suddenly had his eyes light up. He knew it was very possible. Moreover, with most of the Chitari wiped out, this event was almost over. This was the best opportunity to seize the Tesseract and the scepter. With the eyes of a dozen sorcerers on him, Caecilius smiled and nodded. Perry and the others instantly beamed with joy. As the Chitari commander's face twisted in rage and the Avengers sighed in relief, believing the battle was over, a yellow portal of fiery sparks suddenly opened atop Stark Tower for all to see. What is this? The Chitari commander, Loki, Captain America, and the others stared in astonishment. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 182. Chapter 182. 1500 PS reached. Next goal, 2000. Another unexpected event. Captain America and the others grew alert, assuming it was more reinforcements for the Chitari. However, what they didn't realize was that the Chitari commander and his troops were just as bewildered. The commander instinctively glanced at Loki, but Loki shook his head, indicating they weren't his people. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the portal sparkled with flames, revealing a large opening. At this moment, both Captain America and the Chitari commander could clearly see what was on the other side of the portal. A portal. Black Widow, who had just closed the space portal, instinctively glanced at the scepter in her hand, and then at the equipment nearby. After confirming that the device had not been activated, she couldn't help but feel astonished. Someone had managed to open a space portal without the use of the Tesseract? Who could it be? What were they planning? Soon the figures became clear. A middle-aged man with blonde hair tied in a small ponytail, wearing a yellow robe, led a group of similarly dressed individuals out of the portal. It was Caecilius and the other sorcerers. Having confirmed their intention to seize both the Tesseract and the scepter to offer them to the Great Demon, they had decisively acted, casually opening a portal to Stark Tower to steal the two relics. Who are these guys, more theater actors? Looking at their attire, Tony couldn't help but quip in surprise. How many times had it been now? Once again, people wearing strange outfits had shown up. Of course, despite his sarcastic comment, Stark's guard was fully up, perhaps even more so than usual. After all, people dressed in bizarre outfits were typically trouble, like Loki and Thor. Tony had learned his lesson by now. As soon as they stepped out of the portal, Caecilius and his followers made a beeline for the device housing the Tesseract. Noticing their movements, both Captain America's group and the Chitari commander's forces were shocked. "Stop! No one is allowed to approach." Natasha was quick to react. Holding the scepter in one hand, she pulled a black handgun from her waist with the other, aiming it directly at the approaching sorcerers as she warned them, hoping to drive them away. However, Caecilius and his followers only halted briefly at her warning before their eyes shifted toward her. Caecilius' gaze sharpened, focusing on the black handgun in her hand. The next second, something unexpected happened. Two of Caecilius' followers, acting on his signal, raised their hands simultaneously. Two yellow energy whips materialized, instantly wrapping around Natasha's scepter and handgun. In the blink of an eye, both items were snatched from Natasha's unprepared hands. One of the sorcerers quickly opened a portal and threw the handgun into it. Meanwhile, Perry, another follower, handed the scepter to Caecilius. "What a marvelous artifact! The great demon will surely be pleased," Caecilius marveled. While stroking the golden shaft of the scepter, he felt the immense energy emanating from the gem at its tip, his eyes filled with awe and excitement. At this moment, the other sorcerers were also thrilled, their eyes full of anticipation for the rewards they would receive from the great demon after offering this powerful relic. While they were eagerly waiting, Captain America and the others, who had witnessed the entire scene, were stunned. What was that? Yellow whips coming from their hands? Superpowers? From a distance, Loki narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Sorcerers of Midgard?" The Chitari commander beside him looked at him in confusion. At that moment, seeing that they had taken the scepter, Captain America glanced at Iron Man and said, "Stark, get me up there." Tony nodded and grabbed Hawkeye, flying them both to the top of Stark Tower. Thor, seeing this, also swung his hammer and flew up. As for the Hulk, he leaped from one building to another until he too landed on the rooftop of Stark Tower with a heavy thud. Even Loki and the Chitari commander made their way to the rooftop. Noticing their movements, Caecilius and his followers turned to face them. "Put down the scepter." "Who are you people?" Captain America, holding his vibranium shield, stepped forward and demanded. At that moment, Loki spoke up. "It's you lot." Loki recognized them as the group he had encountered while raiding S.H.I.E.L.D. for the Tesseract. What had caught his attention back then were the strange phrases they had used. Now, seeing them here again, he realized their goal was the Tesseract and the scepter all along. "Loki, do you know them?" Thor asked warily. "Are they your people? Are you still not giving up at this point?" Loki's expression darkened briefly, but then he smiled as if enjoying the show and replied, No. They're not my people. If I'm not mistaken, they should be sorcerers of Midgard." He paused for a moment as everyone looked at him in surprise, then turned his gaze to Caecilius and his group. "Am I right? Sorcerers who invoke their master?" As Loki spoke, he recalled something the lead sorcerer had said during their previous encounter, a sentence that had both confused and alarmed him. "As our master foretold, everything is about to begin." The more Loki thought about it, the stronger his sense of unease grew. At this point, Hawkeye glanced at Loki and surprisingly defended him. "This time, Loki's not lying. They've only crossed paths once before, and I was there too." Hearing this, Captain America, Iron Man, and the others looked at Hawkeye in astonishment. They knew Hawkeye was referring to the time he had been under the scepter's mind control. This group had appeared that early. What were their intentions? Had they been lurking in the shadows all this time, waiting for this moment? Were they after the Tesseract and the scepter? And what had Loki just said? Sorcerers? These people are sorcerers? That yellow whip was magic. Tony Stark asked, incredulous. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 183. Chapter 183. Captain America and the others exchanged glances, their hearts filled with shock. There were actually sorcerers hidden on Earth. These legendary figures were real. At that moment, disbelief flooded their minds. Thor scratched his head and said, "I think I heard my mother mention once that Midgard does indeed have some sorcerers." Thor's words dispelled any remaining doubts. In other words, these people were indeed sorcerers. Amidst their shock, Captain America picked up on a particular word. His brows furrowed as he asked, "Loki, what do you mean by master?" "How would I know?" "You should ask them," Loki shrugged. For a moment, all eyes turned to Caecilius and his followers. Staring at them, Captain America, still on guard, asked, "So your goal is to take advantage of the chaos between us to seize the Tesseract?" "The master that Loki mentioned, he's the one who sent you here?" Hearing this, Caecilius, who had originally planned to take the relics and leave, felt his gaze turn cold. As a devout follower, he couldn't tolerate anyone insulting the great demon god. In his eyes, the words spoken by the man before him were an affront to the demon god, with no trace of reverence. Caecilius believed it was necessary to teach these people a lesson in reverence and demonstrate the greatness of the demon god. Amidst the watchful eyes of the Avengers, Caecilius made a gesture with his hands, which soon began to glow red. The next second, a scene that filled Captain America with dread unfolded. A thick bolt of red lightning shot toward him with incredible speed, nearly too fast to react. As it traveled, the rooftop of Stark Tower cracked and shattered inch by inch, its power absolutely terrifying. This spell was the infamous Bolt of Boshart, one of the most powerful forbidden magics. In terms of sheer destructive force, it ranked among the top spells in all of Camartage. Seeing the red lightning rush toward him, Captain America only had time to raise his shield in front of him. The next moment, the red lightning struck his vibranium shield, the immense destructive and concussive force pounding against it. While most of the Bolt of Boshart was absorbed by the shield, the remaining force was still enough to overwhelm Captain America. In an instant he was sent flying by the impact, hurtling toward the edge of the building. He barely managed to grab onto the ledge at the last second, preventing himself from falling. The entire event happened so quickly that no one had time to react. Tony hurried over and pulled Captain America back up. It was then that everyone noticed the state of Captain America. His body was charred, and the smell of burning flesh was faintly present. Stark and the others were stunned. Was this magic? And so powerful? One strike had left Captain America in such a miserable state. In the next second, Stark raised his hand, Natasha drew another gun, and Thor gripped his hammer tightly. However, despite their aggressive stances, Caecilius remained calm, his gaze fixed on the battered Captain America. He sternly said, "Mortal, you are far too arrogant. You show no reverence, no understanding of what it means to fear. That was just a small lesson. If you dare speak disrespectfully of my master again, I won't be so merciful." Ugh. Captain America coughed a few times, gesturing for the others to hold back. He asked, "Who exactly is your master? Are you all followers of this magical being?" As everyone waited for an answer, Caecilius, unfazed by Captain America's probing, reverently replied, "You people cannot fathom the greatness of the master." As he continued speaking, the look of reverence on his face grew even stronger. "Before this battle in New York even began, my master foretold its occurrence. He predicted today's events." As Caecilius finished speaking, Stark's face showed a look of disbelief. "What did you say?" Not just him, Natasha, Loki, the Chitari commander, and others all showed shock and disbelief on their faces, staring at the strange sorcerer before them with furrowed brows. A prophecy? The master of these sorcerers had predicted the Battle of New York. How was that possible? Not only did Tony Stark and the others not believe it, but even the Chitari commander thought this human was spouting nonsense. Just as they dismissed the claim, Loki, deep in thought, suddenly spoke up in a grave tone, "It's possible he's telling the truth." "What do you mean?" Thor and the others looked at him. Loki then recounted the encounter with these sorcerers after stealing the Tesseract from S.H.I.E.L.D., particularly recalling something Caecilius had said, "As the Master foretold, everything is about to begin." At the time, I was puzzled by what these sorcerers' master had foreseen, what was about to begin. Now I understand what they meant. Loki's eyes gleamed with apprehension. As soon as Loki finished, Hawkeye nodded, confirming the story. He had also heard those cryptic words from the sorcerers, though he hadn't understood them at the time. Now it all made sense. At this moment, Tony Stark and the others were left in shock. Was there truly such a thing as prophecy? Had this war been foretold before it even began? By the master of these sorcerers? At that moment, the Chitari commander, filled with disbelief, muttered, "Is there truly such a being on Earth?" Hearing his murmurs, Caecilius glanced at him and said, "My master is not of Earth. He is the great dimensional demon god." Natasha and the others were puzzled, but Loki and Thor's eyes widened in shock. "Dimensional demon god?" Thor exclaimed in disbelief. Hearing Thor's stunned words, Stark and the others immediately turned their gaze toward him. "Thor, do you know something?" Captain America asked. Thor nodded, explaining, "I've heard my father and mother mention it. A dimensional demon god is an existence akin to a god, with eternal life and terrifying power. They are the source of many mysterious forces in the universe. To put it simply, if a dimensional demon god isn't stopped, they have the power to destroy Earth." What? This dimensional demon god had such overwhelming power? Tony Stark and the others were utterly shocked. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 184. Chapter 184. My master is far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people like you, Caecilius said calmly as he observed the shock on their faces. My master once spoke directly, foretelling that Earth would meet its destined fate. It will be invaded. A war will break out, a war with far-reaching consequences, and Earth will experience an event of incineration. After finishing, he continued, not long after my master's prophecy, the Battle of New York occurred. You could say the prophecy was fulfilled perfectly. As they listened, Captain America and the others were both shocked and skeptical. Could there really be such a thing as prophecy? Or was it just a coincidence? However, the way events had unfolded indeed matched what the sorcerer had said. Earth was invaded and a war had begun. If this sorcerer wasn't lying. Wait. Suddenly, Tony noticed something off. What is this incineration event your master spoke of? He asked in surprise. At his words, Natasha and the others also realized something was strange. If the previous parts of the prophecy aligned with the Battle of New York, then this final mention of incineration seemed out of place and quite peculiar. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't figure out what this incineration had to do with the current battle. Hearing Tony's question, Caecilius hesitated for a moment before replying. Perhaps my master was referring to this war in New York. Tony shook his head, countering, "There's a high possibility that this incineration refers to something that hasn't happened yet. Of course, it's also possible that your master was simply referring to this war." He continued, sounding noncommittal, "Honestly, up until now we're all still skeptical. We haven't fully bought into your so-called prophecy, nor do we truly believe in the existence of your master. Unless an incineration event actually happens, only then will we truly believe what you say, and in your master's power." He left the rest unsaid, but everyone understood what he meant. That would prove that the master indeed possessed unimaginable and terrifying power, a truly great being. However, for now this was all just talk. As they emerged from their initial shock, both the Avengers and Loki's group began to calm down. They thought the sorcerer's claims were far-fetched, filled with statements that couldn't be proven. But what if this incineration event did occur? Captain America and the others instinctively brushed aside that thought. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Caecilius chuckled slightly. It's only natural that you mortals don't believe in my master's power. Let's say, for instance, if I told you the fusion of two universes was also due to my master's power, I suppose you'd believe me even less. Do you think two universes would just merge on their own for no reason? That's all thanks to my master's power, power far beyond anything you mortals can imagine. What? Stark and the others' faces paled. The abnormalities happening in the universe were because of this master? How was that even possible? Stark refused to believe it. This defied all logic. Who could possibly do such a thing? He was more inclined to think it was a natural phenomenon. But if it were true? Stark shook his head hard, pushing that impossible thought out of his mind. No way. The others shared the same reaction, shock followed by disbelief. If it were true, then the so-called master's power would be beyond comprehension. A quick glance at their faces told Caecilius and his followers that these people didn't believe them. In fact, after what Caecilius had just said, they were even more doubtful of the prophecy and the existence of the master. This made Perry and the other sorcerers furious, eager to teach them a lesson. Caecilius, however, remained indifferent, believing that time would prove everything. At that moment, after the conversation, Captain America refocused his attention on the Mind Scepter and the Tesseract. After clearing his throat, he said, "Even if that's true, you still need to put down the scepter and step away from the Tesseract. They don't belong to you." With that, the tension between the Avengers and the Sorcerers escalated. Caecilius sneered, "I should say they don't belong to you. These two artifacts are offerings for the great demon god." Seeing this, Stark didn't waste any more words. He quickly raised his right hand and fired a laser blast at Caecilius. With a bang, the laser shot toward its target at high speed. However, before it could reach Caecilius, a large yellow shield of light appeared, blocking the blast. It was the Seraphim shield, summoned by Perry and the other sorcerers, who had been ready for an attack. Tony Stark exchanged a glance with Thor and the others, and they immediately understood. One by one they began their assault. Boom! Thor's hammer crackled with lightning, and bolts of electricity crashed against the Seraphim shield. Hawkeye Barton, out of arrows, drew a handgun and began firing. Black Widow, the Hulk, and others also joined the attack. In an instant, all sorts of attacks rained down on the Seraphim shield. They all knew very well that the Tesseract and the Scepter couldn't fall into the hands of these mysterious sorcerers, or the consequences would be dire. Watching the barrage of attacks on the shield, the Avengers' eyes were filled with hope. Electric light danced across the Seraphim shield, and for a moment, the massive yellow barrier flickered, showing signs of instability. Captain America, Hawkeye, and Black Widow's attacks were mere scratches to the shield, causing minimal impact. However, with a roar from the Hulk, who leaped up and delivered a powerful punch, the already unstable Seraphim shield shattered completely. Perry and the other sorcerers stumbled, shocked that these people had managed to break their shield. Reacting quickly, some sorcerers began to recast their protective barrier, while others summoned energy whips. The next second, yellow energy whips lashed out, aiming to bind the Hulk. But they underestimated the Hulk's strength. To their shock, he broke free of the energy whips one by one. Caecilius' brow furrowed deeply. He quickly realized that Perry and the others were losing control. If this continued, they would likely be defeated. Naturally, he wasn't about to stand idle. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 185. Chapter 185. Sorry about yesterday, took a sick day off. Let me show you the power the demon god has granted me. Caecilius said coldly. In the next moment, under the watchful and shocked eyes of Tony Stark and the others, a symbol appeared on Caecilius' forehead, a sun-shaped mark. As soon as the symbol appeared, Syd, hiding in the shadows, immediately sensed that Caecilius had exhausted his light energy and was now attempting to borrow it from him. What is he trying to do? Syd raised an eyebrow. Though curious, he still made a mental decision to temporarily lend out his light energy. No, it was the divine power of light. Feeling the light energy slowly drain from his body and flow toward an unknown location, Syd chose to ignore it. Compared to the consumption of light energy from using abilities like black particles, this amount was insignificant. Or perhaps he had always underestimated the quality of the light energy within him. Despite the large energy drain when using powers like the Orochi's abilities or chaotic magic, both high-level techniques, the energy consumption seemed higher only because of the ability's powerful nature. On the other hand, Caecilius' magic, supported by borrowed light energy, was far less demanding. The magic's spells and gestures further reduced the energy required. While Syd pondered, Caecilius, standing on the rooftop of Stark Tower, suddenly paused. He sensed a higher quality divine power flooding into him. What was this? After a brief moment of surprise, Caecilius realized what was happening, his eyes filled with reverence. This is the true divine power of the demon god. The next second he felt his magic flow even more smoothly, and its range expanded significantly. While Caecilius marveled at this new strength, Tony and the others sensed something was wrong. The space around them seemed to be shifting. Just as they were contemplating this, Caecilius let out a cold laugh from nearby. The next moment, Tony Stark and the others saw the space around them begin to invert. A city hung upside down above their heads, and Stark Tower split in two. The ground and buildings began to break apart, floating and spinning in all directions. It was clear that Caecilius had cast a mirror dimension spell. Originally he wouldn't have been able to perform such a feat, but ever since he borrowed the demon god's divine power, the magic had become effortless. The mirror dimension, as the name suggested, was a reflection of the real world. Any destruction caused within it wouldn't affect the real world. This allowed sorcerers to unleash their full power without fear of exposure or causing harm to bystanders. They could even manipulate the buildings within the mirror dimension to hinder and attack their enemies. With a wave of Caecilius' right hand, the half of Stark Tower where Tony Stark and the others stood flipped upside down in an instant. "My God!" Dr. Selvig screamed. Under the influence of gravity, both he and Captain America's group plummeted toward the ground. If they hit the ground, everyone except for superhumans like Captain America and Black Widow would surely perish. Tony reacted quickly, catching each of them mid-air and landing awkwardly. Barely surviving the fall, Captain America and the others looked around in shock. Everything within an 800 or 900 meter radius was in chaos. Buildings were disjointed and twisted, making it feel as if they had fallen into a dream. Is this still magic? At that moment, both Captain America's team and Loki, sitting safely on his aircraft for the time being, were filled with shock. Suddenly someone recalled Caecilius' earlier words. This is the power granted by the demon god. Could the demon god be real? No time to dwell on their astonishment, as nearby buildings began closing in on them, forcing them to flee in a panic. On the rooftop of Stark Tower, Caecilius smiled as he continued manipulating the space, aiming to kill them all. If things continued this way, only Tony Stark, Thor, the Hulk, and Loki would be safe for the time being. The rest would be in grave danger, possibly even losing their lives in an instant. However, in his relentless manipulation of the space, Caecilius had overlooked a certain group, those who had hidden their presence for some time now. A group of black sentry robots emerged from their stealth, appearing on the rooftop of Stark Tower. The next second they launched their attack on Caecilius and his followers. Yellow and red lasers streaked toward them, while crystals began spreading across their bodies. What? Caecilius was startled. He immediately ceased his manipulation of the mirror dimension and quickly summoned the Seraphim shield. As he stopped, the space began to stabilize, allowing Tony and the others a moment to assess the situation. At a glance they saw Caecilius on the rooftop of Stark Tower, using the Seraphim shield to fend off dozens of laser beams, as well as the sentry robots that had appeared. Despite their distaste for the sentry robots, Tony and the others couldn't help but feel relieved. Faced with the sudden assault from the sentry robots, even the divine-powered Seraphim shield couldn't hold out for long, eventually shattering under the barrage of laser fire. Seeing this, Captain America and the others exchanged complex glances. Was it over? Were these fanatics who worshipped a dark god really about to die? Loki and the Chitari commander, watching from their aircraft, were full of glee. On the rooftop, Caecilius and his followers were filled with despair. They had no time left to cast another spell. Are we going to die, unable to serve the demon god anymore? And Caecilius' mind was filled with images of his wife and children, as if they were waving goodbye to him. Just as Caecilius and his group were about to meet their end, and as Captain America and the others watched with complex emotions, something unexpected happened. A layer of red light appeared around Caecilius and his followers. The lasers, which had been partially blocked by the Seraphim shield, now struck the red light directly. However, this faint red glow held firm, blocking the dozens of laser beams. What is this? Captain America, Tony Stark, Loki, and the Chitari commander all looked on in astonishment. Even Caecilius and his followers were dumbfounded. What was this power? How could it withstand so many lasers? What had just happened? Suddenly the sound of footsteps echoed. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform the story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 186. Chapter 186. 500 PS reached. Next goal, 1000 PS. Also a few more reviews to get to 80. If we reach there will be an extra chapter. As they watched the red light block the lasers, Tony Stark and the others were both shocked and full of speculation. Could it be that the demon god behind these sorcerers had intervened? Otherwise, why would this mysterious red light suddenly appear and shield them from the laser blasts? While they were lost in terrifying thoughts, the sudden sound of footsteps broke the silence. Hearing the unexpected footsteps, both Caecilius and his sorcerers, as well as Loki, Thor, and the others, turned their gazes toward the source. Accompanied by the rhythmic steps, a figure slowly approached. The figure was dressed in a strange black outfit, completely pitch black, absorbing any light like a black hole, making it impossible to discern any details of the clothing, resembling the darkness of the night sky. Black Widow, Hawkeye, Caecilius, the Chitari commander, and the others stared in confusion and curiosity. As for Tony Stark and Thor, they immediately recognized the figure. Not only them, but even Nick Fury and Hill, who were monitoring the New York battlefield from the Helicarrier, instantly analyzed and identified the figure. Is it that mysterious Asgardian? Another son of Odin, the king of Asgard? What is his objective and why is he here? Nick Fury furrowed his brows tightly. Everything seemed to be going so well. Hopefully no unexpected variables would arise. Fury silently prayed in his heart. Back on the battlefield in New York. It's that mysterious guy. Tony Stark muttered. Watching the black figure walking leisurely in the distance, Natasha turned and asked in surprise, "You know him? Did you forget? A while ago I told you all about a mysterious man in black that I encountered. That's him. It's him." Natasha's face showed astonishment. "What are you talking about?" asked a confused Hawkeye. "Who is this guy?" Tony glanced at him. At the time, Hawkeye had been under Loki's control, so he hadn't been on the Helicarrier to hear about this. It made sense that he didn't know. Quickly, Tony explained, "It's a long story, I'll explain it later." "You're saying he's..." Pausing, Tony said gravely, "He might be another god from Asgard, Thor's brother." Upon hearing this, Hawkeye's face filled with astonishment and disbelief. Another Asgardian god? Thor's brother? After the initial shock, a new wave of doubts arose. What was this person's purpose here? And Tony had the same thought. Glancing at the red light still covering the group of sorcerers, he couldn't help but ask, that red energy surrounding those sorcerers, is that your doing? With that question, everyone suddenly remembered the red light that had shielded the sorcerers from dozens of laser blasts. Watching the red glow that still enveloped the sorcerers, a terrifying suspicion crept into Tony Stark's mind. Back when he first encountered this mysterious man, he had seen the red glow emanating from his hands as he floated in the air, sparking a vague guess. Now, seeing the red light deflecting countless lasers, his suspicion deepened. Suddenly Tony blurted out, "Are you the white-clad stranger, the White Knight? An Omega-level mutant?" "What did you say, Stark?" "White Knight." In an instant, all eyes were on the mysterious figure dressed in black. The next second their gazes shifted back to the red light surrounding the sorcerers. Could it be? Everyone knew that the White Knight's Omega-level power manifested as a red glow. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the figure in black. Looking at Tony Stark and the others, Syd calmly responded, "I told you we'd meet again." At that moment Thor, listening to the conversation, was utterly confused. "Hey, what are you talking about? What White Knight? Wait, you're not talking about—" As he spoke, Thor suddenly realized something, his face filled with shock as he looked at the mysterious man in black. Could his possible brother actually be this so-called Omega mutant? Thor's mind was reeling with confusion. Of course, all of this was still just speculation. Without solid evidence, everything was mere guesswork. Not far away, Loki and the Chitari commander had expressions that fluctuated between disbelief and astonishment. White Knight? An Omega-level mutant? The sentry robots were designed to deal with him. They were no strangers to the name White Knight. Not long ago, a certain human woman had mentioned that name multiple times. At first, when they heard her say that the sentry robots built to handle two human beings were meant to deal with their Chitari army, they had laughed at the absurdity of it all. However, after witnessing the power of the sentry robots, they were shocked to discover how formidable they truly were. At that moment, they couldn't believe that such powerful machines could have been created by humans. It was then that they began to take note of the term Omega Mutant, and the two names, Messiah and White Knight. They even wondered what kind of beings these two mutants must be if they required such powerful sentry robots to subdue them. How terrifying could they be? However, because of the woman's words, they scoffed at the notion. Even now, they could still recall what she had said. Sentry robots are just sentry robots. Even if they can't handle Messiah and White Knight, these mutants would easily dispose of them, but against aliens like you, the robots are an easy match. The sentry robots, which they had struggled to destroy with their mothership, were supposedly nothing more than playthings for the mutants. It was laughable. They didn't believe it for a second. In their minds, the powerful sentry robots were more than capable of defeating the so-called Messiah and White Knight, perhaps even having already killed them. Yet according to that woman, these robots would be effortlessly dealt with? Not only did they not believe it, but even the remaining Chitari soldiers didn't accept it. Even now, Loki himself, upon realizing that the mysterious figure might be the Omega mutant, refused to believe such exaggerated claims. It seemed too far-fetched to be true. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 187. Chapter 187. At this moment, the sentry robots attacking Caecilius and his group suddenly paused. The next second they all turned their heads, looking in one direction, specifically towards Syd. Noticing this, the Chitari commander and Loki couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. From the behavior of the sentry robots, it was clear they were about to engage. They were eager to see if that human woman's bold claims, that the sentry robots were something the white-clad stranger could easily handle, would hold up. "Be careful!" Thor couldn't hold back and shouted. Several of the sentry robots opened their heads, emitting a yellow-red glow, clearly preparing to fire lasers. Simultaneously, some of the robots went into stealth mode, obviously planning to launch a sneak attack. The crystals spreading over Caecilius and the others stopped, as the sentry robots shifted their focus entirely. In front of Syd, a bright red glow flared as chaotic magic surged forward, forming a protective barrier. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, dozens of laser beams struck the chaotic magic barrier. Energy rippled and heat waves spread out. However, no matter how much power those lasers exerted, they couldn't penetrate the shield formed by the chaotic magic. Watching the scene before him, Syd was not surprised. With level 4 chaotic magic combined with level 3 divine light power, blocking these lasers wasn't particularly difficult. The force of the lasers was slightly troublesome, but fortunately his enhanced physique, along with the unseen strength of chaotic magic, absorbed the impact without causing any harm. As for the spreading crystals, they were effectively blocked by the protective layer of chaotic magic, having no effect on him. Observing how the mysterious man in black stood motionless, effortlessly blocking the lasers, Caecilius and his sorcerers were left in awe. So this is the power of an Omega-level mutant? Besides being amazed by his strength, they also realized who had just saved their lives. At that moment they were filled with confusion. Why would the white-clad stranger save them? Not far away. Tony and the others, seeing this scene, weren't too surprised. Even Loki and the Chitari commander didn't seem overly shocked. If this so-called Omega-level mutant couldn't even block a few laser beams, he wouldn't be worthy of the title. However, they didn't think this meant he was guaranteed to win. Blocking the lasers for a moment didn't mean he could withstand them forever. These sentry robots required significant firepower from the Chitari army to destroy. How could one person possibly defeat them? Now they were just waiting to see how long he could hold out before either being defeated or fleeing. Suddenly, Loki thought of something and felt uneasy. This guy, could he be summoning Mjolnir again? In Loki's view, Syd's strength must have come entirely from the hammer. Without it. As they pondered this, Syd, still blocking the laser beams, grew increasingly impatient. He was considering which ability to use to eliminate these troublesome robots quickly. After some thought, he realized that the white-clad stranger's identity and abilities made it difficult to deal with the robots swiftly. Using Orochi's powers would easily solve the problem, but unfortunately, after a brief moment of frustration, Syd recalled the ability to control sunlight, an aspect of his divine light power. Just as he was about to focus the sunlight over a 700 to 800 meter area into beams to attack the robots, a strange feeling suddenly surged through him while he was casting chaotic magic. The sensation lasted only a second, a fleeting thought. But in that brief moment, the sentry robots, which had been relentlessly attacking, abruptly changed. Under the watchful eyes of Tony Stark, Captain America, Thor, Loki, and the Chitari, as well as the SHIELD operatives monitoring the situation, the sentry robots froze. The next second, their bodies began to crumble, disintegrating like sand. The disintegrated sand, in response to Syd's unconscious thought, transformed into colorful butterflies. In an instant, a swarm of vibrant butterflies filled the sky, creating a scene that was both stunning and breathtaking. Yet, despite the beauty of the sight, Captain America, Loki, the Chitari commander, and the others couldn't enjoy it. Their hearts were filled with dread and shock. Captain America stared at the butterflies fluttering through the sky, utterly dumbfounded. Was this an illusion? Are these really butterflies? Black Widow, Natasha, extended her hand, catching one of the butterflies as it flew by. Gazing at the vivid, lifelike yellow butterfly, Natasha wondered if she was still dreaming, unsure whether she had fully woken up. How else could she explain this surreal scene? In the blink of an eye, the attacking sentry robots had all disintegrated, transforming into these butterflies. Even though the sentry robots were powerful, they were, after all, machines. How could lifeless machines suddenly turn into living creatures? If this wasn't an illusion, the one responsible for all this was undoubtedly staring at the mysterious figure in black. No, the white-clad stranger. Natasha's eyes were filled with awe, and her expression grew solemn. Natasha realized that Fury might have underestimated the white-clad stranger. This man could not only transform objects, but he could also turn inanimate machines into living beings. How terrifying was that power? Meanwhile, Stark's mind was buzzing. He was starting to question whether science was even real. Was there truly a God in this world? At this point, he was considering whether he should start studying theology. The scene before him defied all common sense. It wasn't just Tony who was shocked. Even Thor, the god of thunder, stood there with his mouth agape, muttering hesitantly, "Is it really possible that he's my brother?" Even Thor, with all his powers, had never witnessed such a phenomenon. It was simply unbelievable and fearsome. My God. Dr. Selvig felt like he might have just seen God himself. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury and the others monitoring the battlefield were similarly shaken to their core. How could this be possible? But if anyone was the most dumbfounded and shell-shocked, it was the Chitari commander and Loki. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform the story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 188. Chapter 188. 80 reviews reached. Next goal, 120 reviews. The fact that dozens of sentry robots were taken down so easily, how could this be possible? Both the Chitari commander and Loki were filled with disbelief. These sentry robots were formidable, each one as powerful as a warship. They had seen firsthand how tough these machines were. And yet, in an instant they were all destroyed. And not just one but a whole group of them all at once. How could they believe what they were seeing? Could it be that the human woman wasn't lying after all? Perhaps she hadn't exaggerated, she had spoken the truth. Loki and the Chitari commander exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. If this had been a simple case of destruction, it would have been easier to accept. But the robots had turned into sand and then transformed into living butterflies. Living creatures. This so-called Omega Mutant had the ability to turn inanimate objects into living beings. What kind of power was this? A human from Earth? Is this really a power that humans possess? At that moment, the Chitari commander was utterly bewildered. If the people of Earth were this powerful, no, if even a few of them were this powerful, why would they bother invading Earth? They'd be better off worrying about being invaded themselves. Hearing his words, Loki weakly retorted, "No, technically he's probably not human. He's most likely one of the gods from Asgard." Well, that's a relief. The Chitari commander was about to sigh in relief when he caught himself and cursed inwardly. Relief? What nonsense! I don't recall any of your gods from Asgard having this kind of power. Even if this person wasn't human, the fact that someone from Asgard wielded such power was equally terrifying. It was far too abnormal and powerful. Wait, wasn't this white-clad stranger supposedly Thor's brother, the son of Odin? If he was the son of the Allfather, that might explain a little, but still this power seemed beyond reason. Even Odin himself might not have this level of control. If other alien powers found out that Asgard now had someone like this, what would they think? Would the plans for rebellion or invasion continue? With Odin aging and weakening, many factions had been plotting in secret. Shaking his head, the Chitari commander decided these concerns were beyond him for now. Suddenly Loki spoke up. Wait, didn't those humans mention that there's another Omega Mutant? Someone called Messiah. This realization sent a wave of disbelief through Loki. The Chitari commander was equally shocked. He had nearly forgotten that the humans had spoken of 2 Omega Mutants. If this one was so powerful, what about the other? The Chitari commander couldn't even imagine what that would look like. For a moment he felt grateful. Thank goodness that Messiah didn't show up here. He made a mental note to investigate this Messiah after the battle to find out just what kind of monster they were dealing with. As he pondered this, the Chitari commander continued to stare in awe at the butterflies fluttering in the sky. Meanwhile, Captain America and the others, along with the Chitari commander, remained dumbfounded by the spectacle. The mysterious figure, on the other hand, felt a twinge of regret. That fleeting moment when his chaotic magic had altered reality had passed too quickly, so quickly that he hadn't even had time to fully process it. The reality-altering effect of chaotic magic had been triggered almost unconsciously. It was no wonder chaotic magic's reality warping was difficult to trigger. What a powerful yet elusive ability it was. However, he did notice that after reaching level 4 with his chaotic magic, the chances of triggering reality warping had significantly increased. In the past, such a sensation wouldn't have even appeared. Maybe once I reach level 5 with chaotic magic, I'll be able to trigger reality warping more frequently, he thought with anticipation. After these thoughts, he glanced around at his surroundings. The floating buildings were gradually returning to their original positions. Clearly, the mirror dimension that Caecilius had created was beginning to collapse. The reason for this was simple. The divine light energy supply had been cut off, leaving Caecilius without the energy needed to control the space. After all, he had no interest in being trapped here. Without a sling ring to create a portal, escaping from the mirror dimension would be extremely difficult. Unless, of course, he had a magical book like the Darkhold to study from and cast a specific spell to escape, or if his ability to manipulate space had reached a high enough level to allow for dimensional travel. Using the Tesseract would also work, but unfortunately he didn't know how to use it. Now, it was only a matter of time before the mirror dimension fully dissipated. Glancing around, he noticed that the mirror dimension extended for about 800 or 900 meters. Seeing this, he shook his head. If things had followed their original course, Caecilius would have borrowed Dormammu's power and created a mirror dimension large enough to encompass an entire city. Now, borrowing my power only allowed him to control a range of about a kilometer. Dormammu is truly wealthy. As the ruler of the dark dimension, having an entire dimension's resources at your disposal makes all the difference. He couldn't help but feel the gap between himself and Dormammu. If I could mimic Syndra from League of Legends, I'd drain the dark dimension dry, he thought with a playful smile. After these musings, his gaze shifted to Captain America and the others, then to Caecilius and his group. He nearly forgot about the main task at hand after all that thinking. The next moment his hands glowed red and he floated into the air. Seeing the black-clad figure approach, Caecilius warily asked, "What do you want?" Without responding, he raised his right hand. In an instant, the mind scepter flew out of Caecilius' grasp, carried by the red light, and landed in his hand. "Your goal was the scepter?" Captain America asked in shock from a distance. Before Captain America could say anything more, Caecilius frantically shouted, "Put that down! It's an offering for the great demon god. White-clad stranger, I know you're powerful, but if you anger the demon god, even you won't have a good end." Hearing the warning, the mysterious figure's mouth twitched slightly. He ignored Caecilius and instead turned his gaze toward the device containing the Tesseract. With a flick of his right hand, the device began to tremble. "No!" Captain America and the others exclaimed in alarm. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 189. Chapter 189. The next second, almost without thinking, Steve raised his vibranium shield despite his injuries and hurled it toward Syd. Syd frowned slightly, raised his left hand, and a layer of red light appeared, effortlessly catching the shield. Before Steve could react, with a whoosh the shield flew back and slammed into him. With a loud thud, Steve was sent flying, and due to his previous injuries he didn't get up for a while. Seeing this, Tony instinctively raised his hand and fired a laser beam. But to everyone's despair, Syd didn't even move. His chaotic magic easily blocked the laser. Noticing Thor's reflexive motion to lift his hammer, Syd glanced at him, then opened his right hand as if to summon Mjolnir. Thor quickly stopped, awkwardly smiling. "Haha, a misunderstanding. I was just scratching an itch." He then used his hammer to scratch his back. Clearly Thor understood that given this person, who might be his younger brother, could summon Mjolnir, anything he tried would be futile. At that moment, Thor finally realized why this mysterious figure could wield Mjolnir in the first place. Watching the figure floating in the air, Thor's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He could bet that this person was almost certainly his brother. Otherwise, how could Mjolnir obey him so readily? "Once I get back, I have to share this good news with father and mother. I wonder what their reactions will be," Thor thought eagerly. With Thor ceasing his actions, Syd turned his attention to the others. With a flick of his right hand, he easily deflected the bullets that Natasha had fired. "You are all too weak," he said calmly as he looked down at them. The sound of the bullets hitting the ground was crisp and clear. At that moment, Natasha felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, helplessness and despair. The figure before her seemed like an insurmountable mountain, blocking her way, making her feel hopeless. It wasn't just her. Steve, Tony, Loki, the Chitari commander and everyone else felt suffocated. The man hovering in the air seemed like an invincible god, while they were mere ants under the gaze of this deity, struggling in vain. The gap between them was so vast that even Steve, known for never giving up easily, had to face reality and chose not to continue fighting. At this moment Tony, with a self-deprecating smile, muttered, "Maybe only that kid Messiah could put up a fight against the white-clad stranger." Natasha and the others fell silent. Indeed, they all knew that the only one capable of facing this opponent was likely Messiah. As they lapsed into silence, on the helicarrier high above, Nick Fury and the rest of S.H.I.E.L.D. also fell into a similar quiet. Damn it, another Omega mutant. These two Omega mutants were like plagues. How could the world have spawned such monsters? Nick Fury's face was a mix of frustration and bewilderment. Also, wasn't the white-clad stranger an Omega mutant? How had he become involved with Asgard? Was he truly the son of Odin, the All-Father? Fury's expression was conflicted. The man's identity made him feel deeply uneasy. While Fury was contemplating, back on the rooftop of Stark Tower, the Tesseract glowed brightly and floated steadily into Syd's hand. Of course, he had cast a protective spell using chaotic magic. Although his current physique made him immune to the harmful effects of the Tesseract, there was always a risk that it might suddenly teleport him to some far-off place. Seeing this, Steve and the others didn't make a move. Or rather, they were powerless to stop him. "What exactly is your goal?" Steve couldn't help but ask. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Syd nonchalantly revealed a shocking secret. He spoke slowly. At the birth of the universe, 6 stones also appeared. They are known as the Infinity Stones, representing space, power, reality, mind, time, and soul, and each stone contains unimaginable power. As he spoke, Natasha and the others showed signs of disbelief. Even Loki appeared surprised and confused. Tony, realizing something, stared directly at the Tesseract in Syd's hand and asked, "Is that the Space Stone?" "These things, there's more than one." He found it hard to believe. The others were equally stunned, unable to fathom that there could be 6 of these stones, each containing infinite energy. If the Space Stone alone was so powerful, then what about the others? Just hearing the names of these stones made them realize how immense their power must be. A stone from the beginning of the universe? Suddenly, Tony picked up on this detail. "How do you know about this secret?" he asked, glancing over at Loki, who also appeared shocked. As Tony's question hung in the air, the others began to wonder. If these stones had been around since the universe's inception, how could this man know about them? Was he toying with them, or was this information real? If he was lying, that would be one thing. But if it were true, the implications of how this man knew about the birth of the universe were staggering. Syd, however, didn't bother to respond to their suspicions. As for what they thought, it didn't concern him. Whatever actions Tony and the others took regarding the Infinity Stones after learning about them, he didn't care. In fact, it was likely that he had deliberately leaked this information so that Tony and the others would start seeking out the other Infinity Stones. Once they found them, a faint smile appeared on Syd's face. Speaking of which, the Reality Stone should be appearing soon, right? He was quite curious and eager to encounter this particular stone, which was arguably the most powerful yet also the most difficult to wield. Of course, besides the Reality Stone, he vaguely recalled other stones, such as the Self Stone and the Narrative Stone, being mentioned in certain storylines. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 190. Chapter 190. After pondering for a moment, Syd glanced at the still active mirror dimension, then turned his gaze to Caecilius and said, "Dismiss the mirror dimension." Caecilius and the other sorcerers, who were already anxious, were momentarily stunned by this command. How did he know about the mirror dimension? How could an ordinary person know about such a thing? For a moment, Caecilius and his companions stared at Syd with surprise and suspicion. However, as soon as he mentioned the mirror dimension, they quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Castell felt a flicker of hope but had little time to formulate any plans before Syd, still floating in the air, casually said, "I understand the mirror dimension better than you do. If you're smart, you won't make any foolish moves." Hearing this warning, Castell and the other sorcerers sighed in resignation. The fact that he knew the term mirror dimension meant he wasn't bluffing. Given the circumstances, they didn't dare try anything. The next moment, Castell raised his hand and dispelled the mirror dimension. As the spell was lifted, the surrounding area returned to normal, with any lingering anomalies fading away. With one final glance at the people below, Syd moved and, with the tesseract and the mind scepter in hand, flew away effortlessly. Watching his retreating figure, Steve and the others wanted to stop him but found themselves powerless. All they could do was watch as he disappeared into the distance. Sigh, this white-clad stranger is truly mysterious. He's not just an Omega mutant, but also possibly a god from Asgard. He knows about things like the Infinity Stones and this mirror dimension magic. Bruce Banner, having shifted back and hastily covered himself, sighed in amazement. Steve and the others, though silent, couldn't help but agree. The white-clad stranger was as enigmatic as Messiah, both powerful and equally shrouded in mystery. Maybe all Omega mutants are like that? Tony muttered helplessly. Well, at least this Battle of New York is finally over. But Steve shook his head, looking toward a specific direction. No, it's not over yet. His gaze was fixed on Loki and the Chitari commander. Thor and the others blinked, suddenly remembering that there were still some loose ends to tie up. In the next moment, all eyes turned toward Loki and the Chitari commander. Loki, the Chitari commander, and the remaining Chitari forces paled. Unfortunately for them, it was too late to escape. Facing the combined forces of Thor, Tony, and the others, the Chitari commander and his forces stood no chance and were swiftly defeated. However, when it came time to capture Loki, an unexpected twist occurred. "Loki!" Thor growled. Loki, who should have been struck by Thor's thunderous attack, remained unscathed, standing calmly. Because it wasn't the real Loki, it was just an illusion. The real Loki had slipped away when the mirror dimension was dispelled. "My dear brother, we'll meet again next time," Loki mocked before disappearing completely under Thor's furious gaze. Frustrated, Thor could only turn his attention back to the Chitari commander. "Loki!" The Chitari commander glared in anger as he was captured, his fury directed at the spot where Loki had vanished. Clearly he was furious and resentful that Loki had left him behind. Tony raised his hand, ready to finish off the Chitari commander. But before he could act, Steve stopped him. "Tony, we can't kill him yet," Steve said with a sigh. "Fury wouldn't allow it either." Tony frowned but eventually shrugged and lowered his hand. "You people who deal with politics are always so complicated." It was clear that Fury probably didn't want to risk killing the Chitari commander, fearing it might provoke the Chitari into an all-out invasion, or perhaps use him as a bargaining chip for some kind of negotiation. Tony didn't care for such political games and handed the Chitari commander over to Steve for processing. While they were dealing with the Chitari commander, Castell opened a yellow portal and led the other sorcerers through it, making their escape. By the time Steve and the others realized it, the sorcerers had already vanished. Resigned, they focused on cleaning up the remaining Chitari forces. While they dealt with the remnants of the invasion, far above, Syd was flying through the sky, observing the aftermath of the Battle of New York. This battle had been widespread, with all of New York serving as the battlefield, and Stark Tower was merely the epicenter, standing out among the chaos. Syd knew that the Ancient One had been involved in the fight as well, though she had focused on defending the sanctum rather than directly confronting the invaders. During the battle, she had quietly taken down many Chitari forces herself. Syd wasn't surprised by her lack of direct involvement. As the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One had much to oversee. Her interventions had to be measured, as acting too freely could cause unforeseen consequences. Her main priority remained the defense against threats like Dormammu and other dimensional beings. Loki's antics were hardly worth her attention. Her goal was to protect the sanctum and ensure the stability of the magical barriers that kept Earth safe from dimensional invasions. If things had followed the original path, Banner might have already gone to the sanctum seeking the Time Stone. Syd mused, thinking of the time travel mission that the Avengers would eventually undertake. But something was off. Using his enhanced vision, he scanned the battlefield repeatedly but found nothing suspicious. In fact, even the Tesseract and Mind Scepter are in my possession. If anyone had time traveled here, they would have come looking for them. Even if they couldn't defeat me, they wouldn't give up so easily. They'd try to talk me down, persuade me, surely. Syd shook his head. It was clear, no one from the Avengers had traveled back in time. Is this because of my influence? He wondered. It seems the future has changed dramatically. Then again, maybe not. I'm a walking anomaly. Perhaps my presence has prevented the time-traveling Avengers from appearing now, but who's to say they won't travel back to some other point in time? Given his existence, the future was constantly in flux. Everything depended on what he decided in the moment. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform the story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 191. Chapter 191. 1000 PS reached. Next goal, 1500 PS. Syd suspected that even the Time Stone might not be able to observe him. After thinking this through, he glanced at the glowing blue tesseract in his hand and the Mind Scepter, pondering whether to break their shells and extract the Infinity Stones within. After a moment, he shook his head. The tesseract and the Mind Scepter, much like the Eye of Agamotto, function as artifacts or tools that help users harness the power of the Infinity Stones. The raw stones themselves weren't something just anyone could handle. For example, the Power Stone could cause severe injury or even death just from physical contact. It's better to use them as they are for now. When I get my hands on the Infinity Gauntlet, I can destroy the shells. As for where to find the Infinity Gauntlet, Syd instantly thought of Asgard. In Thor, Ragnarok, the gauntlet made an appearance among Odin's treasures, though Hela dismissed it as a fake and knocked it over. However, Syd believed that Hela likely meant the stones embedded in the gauntlet were fake, not the gauntlet itself. After all, keeping a fake gauntlet in Odin's vault seemed unlikely. So that gauntlet was probably the real deal. I just wonder when I'll have a chance to visit Asgard. Syd thought. Even with the gauntlet, several Infinity Stones were still missing. Moreover, even using the gauntlet with his current 4th-level divine body would be taxing. Although he wouldn't instantly die like Tony Stark did, using it once might still cost him half his life. Tony had armor to protect him, and beings like Thanos and Hulk had formidable physiques, yet they were still injured when using the gauntlet. Syd didn't think he'd be an exception. It seems that I'll need to upgrade my divine body to the 5th level if I get the chance. I wonder what kind of changes that would bring. With that thought, Syd glanced at his internal panel, noticing that he had accumulated a significant amount of energy points over time, enough to unlock further progress. Perhaps a new ability from Balder would emerge. Additionally, although he hadn't intentionally focused on it, his 3rd-level light power was nearing its limit, suggesting an impending upgrade. What will the 4th level of light power bring? Syd wondered, anticipation growing. As time passed, the world's nations began reacting to the Battle of New York. News outlets, both on TV and online, reported the event across the globe. On an American news channel, a white male anchor delivered the report. While this confirmed alien invasion has caused tremendous damage, the group of superheroes known as the Avengers has provided a sense of reassurance to many, even becoming a cause for celebration for some. The broadcast then cut to interviews with random citizens. It's good to have them. You know, it's comforting to know there are people who can protect us. We're lucky. I love you, Thor. Some citizens were supportive while others were not. Superheroes in New York? How is that even possible? These so-called heroes should be held responsible for the destruction in this city. They caused this. Where are they now? There's been so much news about superheroes, but it's like they've vanished into thin air. While opinions about the heroes varied, the news that followed left people around the world in shock. The white-clad stranger, also known as the Omega Mutant, had appeared during the invasion. Oh my god. The white-clad stranger actually showed up. Everyone who saw footage of the Omega Mutant was filled with fear. Though the battle between the Avengers and the white-clad stranger wasn't shown in full detail, people could imagine that it was likely a one-sided fight. Many felt a deep sense of dread, as if they couldn't breathe. What was the white-clad stranger doing on the battlefield in New York? Was he somehow involved in all of this? Even television hosts began reporting on the white-clad stranger. This is Irina, and I'm looking into why the white-clad stranger appeared during the Battle of New York. We'll have answers for you soon. What are his motives and how is he connected to the battle? We'll reveal everything shortly. Popular news host Irina naturally didn't miss the chance to stir things up, once again making grand promises to her viewers. As the media buzzed about the Avengers and the white-clad stranger, Nick Fury was in a video call with several American senators. One of the senior senators spoke first. "Where are the Avengers? I haven't tracked their whereabouts." "I think they've earned the right to take a break," Fury replied. A female senator interjected, "And the Tesseract?" Fury sighed. "The white-clad stranger took it. You should know that the team had no power to stop him. You could say the will of the gods has taken that item from us." But the senators weren't convinced. "You don't have the authority to make that decision. We must retrieve the Tesseract." Fury responded calmly, "You're welcome to ask the white-clad stranger for it." The senators were speechless, unsure how to respond to that. Of course, plans to deal with the Omega Mutants, Messiah and the white-clad stranger were already in the works. It wouldn't be long before specific actions were taken against them. But for now, while they discussed in a specially designed prison cell, the Chitari commander sat alone. The room was stark white with minimal furnishings. No windows, no decor. Although security was tight, Nick Fury hadn't been overly harsh on this particular prisoner, even granting a few small requests. For instance, at the moment, the commander was holding a laptop, albeit one that wasn't connected to the internet. On the screen were various images and information. It was all about the Omega Mutants, Messiah and the white-clad stranger. Having witnessed the sheer power of the Omega Mutants firsthand, the Chitari commander had been curious and wanted to learn more about them. Despite being in captivity, that hadn't stopped him from making requests to the humans. After some negotiation, S.H.I.E.L.D. had provided him with a laptop containing data on Messiah and the white-clad stranger. "Let's see what these Omega Mutants are all about." The commander scrolled through the laptop. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform the story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 192. Chapter 192. At first, the Chitari commander only paid partial attention to what he was reading. But as he reached the crucial parts, his eyes widened. Omega Mutant? Messiah? The destruction of a city, the light incident? The Chitari commander couldn't believe what he was seeing. The information on the computer showed that the so-called Omega Mutant Messiah had destroyed an entire city. There were even photos and videos included in the report. Is this really a creature from Earth? The commander was in utter shock. At that moment, he truly understood the terrifying power of the Omega Mutants. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of impact the news of the Omega Mutants would have if it reached the interstellar realms. How would the major alien factions react? Would they fear or covet this power? Though he didn't want to admit it, the Chitari army was one of the weaker factions in the universe. Many forces were stronger than them. Aside from the details about Messiah, the Chitari commander then read about the other Omega Mutant, the white-clad stranger. The information about his reality-bending, godlike powers left the commander even more shaken. He couldn't understand how such a primitive civilization like Earth could produce two beings as powerful as the Omega Mutants. And it wasn't just one but two. Among them, the white-clad stranger was especially alarming. His powers were not only bizarre but also tied to Asgard, as he was rumored to be one of the Asgardian gods. Asgard might have been in decline due to Odin's old age, but as long as Odin was alive and not in a state of deep sleep, no force would dare openly defy Asgard. Not the Chitari, nor any other major powers. Even though the destruction of the Bifrost had caused some unrest among realms like Jotunheim, everything would eventually return to order as long as Odin was still breathing. What made the white-clad stranger even more dangerous, aside from his power, was his potential connection to Asgard. The commander knew that if he ever got out of this cursed prison, he would have to warn Thanos about Messiah and the white-clad stranger. They couldn't be taken lightly. And with both the Tesseract and the Mind Scepter now in the hands of the white-clad stranger, they would have to retrieve those items at some point. As the Chitari commander fretted over how to deliver the news of the Omega mutants to Thanos, someone else in a different room was having their own troubles. Damn it, how am I supposed to get back? Thor looked distraught. According to the original plan, by now he should have captured Loki and brought him, along with the Tesseract, back to Asgard. They would have used the Tesseract to repair the Bifrost. But now not only had Loki escaped, but the Tesseract was also gone, leaving Thor stranded on Midgard, Earth, with no way home. Unless he could track down the white-clad stranger and ask to borrow the Tesseract, he was stuck on Earth. The problem was, he didn't have a clue where the white-clad stranger could be. Not being able to return to Asgard also meant that Thor couldn't relay news about the white-clad stranger to his father, Odin, or his mother. The more Thor thought about it, the more helpless he felt. He had no idea how he was going to return to Asgard. Meanwhile, aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier floating high above the clouds, Nick Fury had just finished a meeting with several senators. Walking through the corridors, he was approached by Agent Hill. "What's the plan now, sir?" Hill asked. "The Avengers have scattered and some of them have gone very far away." Not long after the Battle of New York, the newly formed Avengers had each gone their separate ways, leaving Hill feeling uneasy. "If we face a similar situation again, how are we supposed to handle it?" Fury was unfazed by Hill's concerns. "They'll be back." As they spoke, they reached an open area, where they could gaze out at the vast sea of clouds beyond the helicarrier. "You really think so?" Hill asked. "Of course," Fury said confidently. "But why?" she pressed. "Because we need them," Fury replied calmly. Hill immediately understood. Fury was banking on the Avengers' sense of responsibility and the moral obligation they felt. He knew they wouldn't turn their backs if the world needed them again. While she wasn't entirely comfortable with the situation, Hill had nothing more to say. She turned and left to attend to her other duties. In a secluded area elsewhere, Loki had stolen a large man's laptop and was now searching for information about the Omega mutants. Like the Chitari commander, the more Loki read, the more shocked he became. Envy and jealousy slowly crept into his thoughts. While all these different individuals were occupied with their thoughts, Syd, feeling a sudden urge, opened up his internal panel. Name, Syd. Age, 17, remaining lifespan, 120 days. Mutant abilities: Mimicry, Energy Absorption. Current mimicry target: Orochi. Title: Sun God, Earth's Will. Unlock progress: 100%. Abilities: Levitation Flight, max level, 5th level, unlocked. Energy points: 21,868. Aside from having aged a year and the slight decrease in his remaining lifespan, along with a significant increase in energy points, not much else had changed. Orochi's abilities remained mostly the same. His levitation flight had maxed out at the 5th level, while all of his other powers, except for space manipulation, which was still at level 2, had reached the 4th level. Looking over the panel, Syd realized something. He had no clear understanding of where he stood in terms of power. How strong was he, really? Had he reached the level of a Skyfather? Syd wasn't sure. In his mind, a Skyfather-level being should at least be capable of destroying a planet, or, in the case of the comic universe, even a star system.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
By that standard, he still had a long way to go. As Syd pondered his own power levels, his subconscious seemed to influence his mimicry ability. Suddenly, a new line of text appeared next to his energy points. Destructive power, town level 11%. Energy points, 21,868. Syd was momentarily stunned. Looking at this newly displayed data, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The information was simple and clear. It indicated that he could destroy a town at full power in a short period of time. As for why the description mentioned a short time, Syd figured that if he were given more time, he could easily destroy a city. In that case, it would no longer be town level but city level. Syd mused over this for a while. The displayed figure also seemed to represent his normal state, not his berserk form. If he were to enter a berserk mode, the data likely wouldn't stay at town level. If this reading was accurate, then he still had quite a way to go before reaching the Skyfather tier, the kind of power capable of destroying planets. Of course, destructive power was just one metric. It didn't necessarily mean he couldn't take down enemies with a larger destructive range than himself. At this point, Syd's attention shifted to the 11% notation. It was clear that once he reached 100%, the town-level designation would change. Seems like I still have work to do. With that thought, Syd's gaze landed on the glowing light power progress bar on the Balder section of his panel. Ability: Light Power 981/1000 Level 3. So close. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Without delay, Syd began circulating his inner light energy. Light Power Experience +1. Divine Body Experience +1. As the light energy flowed, both his light power and divine body experience bars steadily increased. After some time, the light power counter finally shifted. Light Power Experience +1. Ability: Light Power 0/2000 Level 4. A notification appeared. As his light power reached level 4, the energy within Syd's body underwent another transformation, becoming more refined and strange. The symbiote, who had been quietly observing in the background, was once again forced out from Syd's right hand due to the overwhelming energy surge. Feeling the newfound surge of power, the symbiote couldn't help but express its shock. It's happening again. Now that his light power had reached the 4th level, Syd's body began to emit a radiant glow, much like the first time this ability had advanced. Luckily, he was in a secluded area. Otherwise, if anyone saw him glowing like this, they might think he was some kind of holy figure or even believe that Jesus had descended again. Feeling the changes within him, Syd immediately noticed a difference. His sensitivity to sunlight had doubled, meaning he could now control sunlight within a 2-kilometer radius. And if he concentrated all of that sunlight into a single beam, just the thought of it made Syd realize how powerful the ability had become. In fact, he suspected that if Captain Marvel showed up again, the concentrated sunlight might exceed her tolerance, potentially injuring her. Thinking of this, Syd found himself looking forward to their next encounter. Additionally, this boost in light power had drastically improved his ability to manipulate light. With just a thought, Syd caused a kaleidoscope of light to swirl around him, which completely bewildered the symbiote watching from the sidelines. Suddenly, Syd disappeared. "Where did you go, Syd?" The symbiote hovered in the air, utterly perplexed. Looking at itself, the symbiote was astonished. After calming down a bit, it could still feel its connection to Syd through touch, meaning Syd hadn't actually disappeared, he had just entered some sort of stealth mode. The symbiote was in disbelief. When had Syd gained the ability to turn invisible? Was there anything he couldn't do? While the symbiote was still in shock, Syd reappeared, his body shifting back into view as the surrounding light adjusted. "So, I can manipulate light well enough to become invisible?" Syd thought in amazement. However, it wasn't entirely accurate to say he had manipulated the light to become invisible. Rather, the light around him had naturally adjusted to his surroundings based on his intention to blend in. The entire process was somewhat mystical, beyond the realm of science. Syd couldn't quite figure out how the light managed to adjust itself. From a theological perspective, perhaps it was some kind of divine attribute or authority at work. After pondering it for a while, Syd gave up trying to understand. Still, gaining an optical invisibility ability wasn't bad at all. Though it couldn't conceal his scent or the subtle disturbances caused by his movements, it would certainly help him avoid weaker enemies. At this point, Syd turned his attention elsewhere. The boost to his light power didn't just increase his control over sunlight, it had likely enhanced the strength of his other abilities as well, such as his flight speed. With that thought, Syd moved to a secluded clearing, pulled out his speed testing device and began his tests. In an instant he vanished from sight. Boom! A deafening sonic boom followed. A violent wind, sharp as a blade, whipped around him, though to Syd it felt like a gentle breeze. During the test, the symbiote, who had been curiously observing, was thrown off by the sheer speed and impact, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Reaching his designated stop point, Syd came to a halt and quickly began calculating his results. While he did so, the symbiote crawled back to him at an impressive speed, clearly growing stronger under Syd's influence, though it remained to be seen whether it could withstand armor-piercing rounds yet. Ignoring the symbiote's return, Syd finished his calculations. Previously his top speed was 3.3 times the speed of sound. Now he had surpassed that, reaching a speed of just over 4 times the speed of sound, around 4.0 or 4.1 times. As his internal light energy continued to replenish, Syd estimated that he now had enough energy to use his 4th-level abilities around 300 times. Then he noticed something else. His destructive power rating had increased from 11% to 20%. Syd's mouth twitched slightly. While he was processing this, back in the SHIELD detention center, Nick Fury was having a conversation with the Chitari commander. After an intense, though not entirely friendly negotiation, the Chitari commander had agreed to provide a large amount of advanced technology in exchange for his release from the prison. Once the Chitari army arrived with the promised data, the commander would be free to leave Earth. For now, however, he remained under strict surveillance and confined to a limited range of movement. But when SHIELD's agents weren't looking, the commander had secretly retrieved a communicator left behind by the Chitari army and managed to contact Thanos. What happened down there? Thanos' deep voice resonated through the communicator. At this moment, Thanos was puzzled, unsure of what had transpired during the battle on Earth. "Master, we failed," the Chitari commander said, his voice heavy with defeat. "Failed?" Thanos' voice carried a commanding, intimidating weight. The Chitari commander hurriedly explained. "Master, the humans were far more formidable than we anticipated. Among them were individuals that were nearly impossible to contend with. It was those individuals who stopped me and our forces." He paused for a moment before hesitating to speak again. End of chapter.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're searching for an incredible novel, check out my Patreon page. Your support will help transform this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this adventure. By becoming a Patreon member, you'll be helping me keep creating and bringing this content to life. Thank you for being part of the journey.
Chapter 193. Chapter 193. As the Chitari commander reported the failure of the invasion of Earth and the presence of formidable enemies, Thanos' mood darkened. Then the commander continued, "If it were only them, I might have been able to handle it, but among them—" Pausing for a moment, the commander resumed, "Among them was one particularly troublesome figure. I couldn't deal with him. Neither I nor the entire army could do anything against him." "What did you say?" Thanos' voice, filled with surprise, came through the communication link. At first, Thanos thought his subordinate was simply making excuses to avoid responsibility for their defeat, but the more the commander spoke, the more exaggerated it seemed. "Even you and the entire army couldn't handle him?" Hearing the growing frustration in Thanos' voice, the Chitari commander hurriedly explained, "Master, I'm not lying. This is the truth." He continued, "He is an Omega mutant. His name is—" As the commander spoke, he sent over some data about the Omega mutants, Messiah and the white-clad stranger, through the communicator. Thanos casually glanced at the information, not paying it much mind at first. But after just a few seconds, as he skimmed the details, his purple-skinned face, which resembled a giant prune, showed a noticeable change in expression. An Omega mutant called Messiah? Destroyed a human city in mere moments. Thanos began to question everything he knew. Could a creature from Earth really possess such power? And this white-clad stranger? Supposedly, with just a single word, he could erase entire hordes of enemies from existence. What made this even more terrifying was that the enemies mentioned weren't just ordinary foes. According to the information, these enemies were powerful constructs called Sentinels, a type of advanced mechanical war machine. Yet these seemingly invincible machines were, as the report described, wiped out like mere bubbles by a single word from the white-clad stranger. And it wasn't just a few Sentinels, it was entire groups of them, obliterated in an instant. One video clip in particular caught Thanos' attention. The Sentinels turning into sand, and then transforming into colorful butterflies. It was almost whimsical in its impossibility. Even Thanos, the conqueror of worlds, was momentarily shaken. Even I haven't seen power like this before. Omega mutants, such extraordinary beings. Such extraordinary power. Of course, Thanos' mind immediately jumped to something else. Something that might explain the source of this godlike power. He recalled the Reality Stone, or as it was currently known, the Ether. It existed in liquid form and held the same kind of surreal abilities. Only the Reality Stone could wield such mysterious and awe-inspiring powers. In his mind, Thanos replayed the knowledge he had gathered about the Reality Stone, an Infinity Stone he had long coveted. In theory, with the Reality Stone, one could transform any fantasy into reality, no matter how impossible. Through its power, it could erase, warp, or modify reality, turning dreams and abstract concepts into tangible existence. Perhaps, the Reality Stone was the most powerful of the Infinity Stones, but it was also the most difficult to control. Thanos knew well that this stone couldn't be used in isolation. Without the support of the other Infinity Stones, using the Reality Stone alone could lead to catastrophic consequences. Most of the time, the realities created by the Reality Stone were illusions, not true realities. It only conjured realities that hadn't occurred, realities without a foundation. These false realities required constant energy to maintain. Once that energy ran out, the created realities would dissipate. To fully transform these illusions into permanent reality required an unimaginable price. Thanos also recalled hearing rumors about the Dark Elves of Svartalfheim. Supposedly they had been searching for the Ether, the Reality Stone, hoping to return the universe to its primordial darkness. In that era, darkness was the dominant force and the Dark Elves thrived. But after the universe was flooded with light, they could no longer survive. Thanos knew that the Dark Elves' ambition was a futile dream. Even if they found the Reality Stone, the reality they created would be fleeting. Likewise, his grand plan to eliminate half of all life in the universe would also require the combined might of the other Infinity Stones, with the Reality Stone playing a crucial role in making that vision come true. Only through the Reality Stone could he erase half of all life from existence. Yet now Thanos had stumbled upon something that shook him to his core. A mere Earthling, an Omega mutant, possessed power reminiscent of the Reality Stone? For a moment he wondered if the Reality Stone was hidden within this person. Thanos had a rough idea of where the other Infinity Stones were located, but the Reality Stone remained elusive, its location a mystery. However, upon further examination of the video, Thanos dismissed the idea that the white-clad stranger was wielding the Reality Stone. There were no signs of any Infinity Stone being used by the Omega mutant. Besides, there was another piece of evidence that solidified this conclusion, something even more shocking. The Chitari commander had sent him a video featuring a butterfly captured by one of Earth's so-called superheroes, Natasha. This butterfly had been kept and studied after the battle. During its time under observation, human scientists had examined the butterfly, confirming that it was indeed a living organism with no signs of abnormality. Incredibly, as of the time the Chitari commander sent the data, the butterfly was still alive. And yet, the most astonishing aspect of the butterfly wasn't its vitality, it was its composition. It wasn't made of flesh and blood, but of silicon dioxide, the primary component of sand. In other words, this was a silicon dioxide-based life form, something entirely unprecedented on Earth. Seeing this data, Thanos was left in awe. He understood the implications. This young Omega mutant had, through sheer will, reshaped something into the exact form he desired. End of chapter. Chapter 194. Chapter 194. Upon realizing this, how could Thanos not be shocked? This person was almost equivalent to a living reality stone. In fact, compared to the reality stone, this individual's reality seemed to exist continuously. This kind of power. One could say it's even more terrifying than the reality stone. Is this the Omega-level mutant's Omega ability? Especially since, according to the data from the Chitari commander, it was noted that the Cosmic Cube and the Mind Scepter had already been taken by this Omega mutant. In that instant, even as the ruler of the universe, Thanos felt that this situation was becoming troublesome. How could he retrieve those items from this person? Thanos pondered ways to accomplish this. At this moment he noticed a speculation about the Omega mutant, the white-clad hero in the collected information. Suspected to be the son of the All-Father, Odin? This young man was actually an Asgardian god. Thanos was utterly astonished. After his initial shock, his eyes flickered as a plan began to form in his mind. The Dark Elves of Svartalfheim wanted to invade Asgard, to overthrow its rule. Perhaps he could use them to weaken the background forces of this Omega mutant. Even if it was only a suspicion, weakening his opponent's support would make things easier later. Moreover, if Asgard were to be destroyed, it would work in Thanos' favor. If Asgard remained, it would be an obstacle to acquiring the Infinity Stones on Earth. As Thanos thought about this, he considered what kind of help he should give to the Dark Elves. Even if they failed, diminishing Asgard's strength would still be beneficial. While he pondered this, the Chitari commander nervously said, "Master." After waiting for a long time without hearing a response, the commander's heart sank, thinking Thanos was displeased with him and perhaps even planning to punish him. Luckily, Thanos' voice soon came through the communicator. "I understand the situation." Hearing this, the Chitari commander breathed a sigh of relief. He then asked what to do next. "I'll handle the Omega mutant. You just take care of what I told you to do." While Thanos gave orders to the Chitari commander, Syd was on the other side, experimenting with the Cosmic Cube. Under the bright sun, golden rays shone on the blue Cosmic Cube. As Syd gazed at the cube in his hand, he fell into deep thought. Having the Cosmic Cube and the Mind Scepter just sitting around seemed like a waste if he didn't try to use them. How do you use this thing? After a moment of contemplation, Syd decided to try infusing photon energy into the cube, all while Venom watched closely. The moment the divine photon energy made contact with the Cosmic Cube, something unexpected happened. A blue light exploded. Boom! A massive surge of energy erupted from the Cosmic Cube, forming a powerful shockwave that spread in all directions. In an instant, Syd was struck by the energy from the cube. Reflective shield experience +1. Luckily, his reflexes were incredibly fast, and under Venom's terrified gaze, Syd cast a reflective shield, blocking the cube's energy wave. Though he managed to shield himself, the ground around him wasn't so lucky. Looking at the Cosmic Cube now on the ground and the chaotic scene around him, Syd felt a bit helpless. It seemed that trying to control the cube with energy had failed. Luckily, he was strong enough. An ordinary person would likely have been obliterated. Still, he had gained something from the attempt. When his photon energy made contact with the cube, his mental energy had also extended into it, establishing a faint connection with the cube. It seemed he now had a chance of controlling it. Carefully, Syd picked up the Cosmic Cube, ensuring he didn't inject any photon energy this time. No surprises occurred. Next, he readied his reflective shield and let his mental energy flow into the cube. This time, no accidents happened and his connection with the cube deepened. At the same time, a strange feeling arose within him, similar to the sensation of using spatial transfer. It felt as though, at this moment, he could use the Cosmic Cube to travel anywhere. Syd's mind stirred, and the image of the moon appeared in his thoughts. In the next instant, the cube glowed blue, releasing energy. Then, with a ripple in space, Syd vanished from where he stood, reappearing in a barren landscape, on the surface of the moon. He looked around at the surrounding darkness, recognizing the deep expanse of space. As soon as he arrived, Syd felt light as if he could float away at any moment, but then a discomfort welled up inside him. His expression changed, and a second later the Cosmic Cube glowed again, instantly teleporting him back to his previous location. Phew! Syd exhaled a sigh of relief. After a few seconds he quickly recovered. It seems that with my current body I can survive in outer space for a short time, but staying there too long would still be fatal. Syd shook his head, feeling a bit disappointed. Of course, this didn't mean his body was weak. If an ordinary person were to appear on the moon, they'd die instantly. Whether from sudden weightlessness or pressure changes, any ordinary human would be killed. But unlike them, he only felt discomfort, and after a brief recovery, it was as if nothing had happened. It just showed how much stronger his fourth-level godly body was compared to a regular human. Syd speculated that when his godly body reached the fifth level, he might be able to survive in space for extended periods. Perhaps even live there permanently without needing water or food. At this moment, that scared me. Venom, exposed on his arm, looked terrified, its small black head filled with fear. Glancing at it, Syd paid no mind. Venom was an alien life form, already capable of surviving in space, so there was no need to worry about it. In fact, the oxygen humans needed was more of a burden for Venom. As he thought about it, Syd looked at the cosmic cube in his hand, a smile forming on his face. With this, traveling to different places will be much easier. He wasn't just talking about ordinary places. Even traveling to the sun, standing side by side with it, or going to another galaxy was possible. However, Syd suddenly thought of something important. Speaking of which, can the cosmic cube help someone travel to parallel worlds? At that moment, a look of curiosity and anticipation appeared in his eyes, and he couldn't resist the urge to give it a try. End of chapter. Chapter 195. Chapter 195. However, after thinking for a while, Syd still didn't dare to use the cosmic cube to travel to a so-called parallel world. The cosmic cube was powerful, capable of traveling to nearly any location. Syd knew that with it he could even reach different dimensions. For example, the dark dimension where Dormammu resided, or even realms like heaven and hell. Of course, traveling there was possible, but whether one could come back alive was another question entirely. It was important to understand that dimensional deities were extremely powerful within their respective dimensions, much more so than they were outside of them. If one were unlucky enough to encounter one of these beings, there would be little chance of survival. As for traversing parallel worlds, Syd wasn't sure if the cosmic cube could do that. Even if it could, he suspected it might be a one-way trip. For instance, if he reached a parallel world and then the cosmic cube suddenly stopped working. That said, Syd leaned towards believing that the Infinity Stones could still be used in parallel universes. The reason why they didn't work in the Time Variance Authority's domain was likely due to the unique nature of that space. However, there was still a possibility, though small, that the Infinity Stones might not function in a parallel world. It wasn't impossible. Until everything was tested, it remained an unknown. Syd wasn't willing to take that kind of risk by using the cosmic cube. There were other, safer ways to travel to parallel worlds. Syd recalled that the portals of Camartage could achieve the same thing. Compared to the cosmic cube, those portals were far more convenient, and didn't carry the risk of failure. Syd mused that at some point he should acquire a sling ring, the tool used to open these portals, and try it out. For now, though, he decided to let it go. After testing the cosmic cube, he turned his attention to the mind scepter on the other side. As he gazed at the gem on the scepter's tip, Syd found himself lost in thought. Each Infinity Stone carried its own side effects when used. The Power Stone's side effect was quite clear. Just touching it could cause injury, and if one couldn't withstand its energy, they'd explode and die. Ordinary people couldn't use it. The side effects of the Time Stone were unclear, though it was likely that each use impacted the flow of time to some degree. When Doctor Strange first used the Time Stone, he tested it on an apple, which symbolized the forbidden fruit from the Bible, a metaphor for Strange's act of defiance. Even the Ancient One warned Strange not to use the Time Stone recklessly. It was clear that overusing the Time Stone could cause time-related logic to become chaotic, and in extreme cases could lead to the collapse of the timeline. Take, for example, a certain universe's version of Doctor Strange. Unlike the main universe's Doctor Strange, this one survived his car accident unharmed, but his girlfriend Christine died. Desperate to bring her back, this Doctor Strange studied magic across the world, and eventually became the Sorcerer Supreme. With the Ancient One gone and no one left to stop him, he decided to use the Time Stone to reverse time and save Christine. But no matter how many times he tried, Christine's death couldn't be avoided. She would always die in different ways, whether it was a car crash or being shot. Various accidents would claim her life. In his despair, the Ancient One, who had not yet died in that timeline, sensed his actions and appeared before him. She explained that Christine's death was a fixed point in time, a crucial event that had to happen for Doctor Strange to become the Sorcerer Supreme. Without becoming the Sorcerer Supreme, Doctor Strange would not have been able to save her in the first place. Thus, Christine had to die, and the timeline's logic closed in on itself. Originally, if the Ancient One hadn't intervened, Doctor Strange might have accepted reality after a few days of grieving. But her explanation gave him renewed hope. After all, the Ancient One had taught him that anything is possible. Doctor Strange thought that if a fixed point in time was the issue, there must be a way to overcome it. Nothing was truly absolute in the eyes of a sorcerer. To this end, Doctor Strange traveled through time to an ancient lost library, where he indeed found a method to alter fixed points in time. The solution was simple: immense power. For a sorcerer, obtaining power was easy, whether by borrowing from dimensional deities or other means. The easiest method was to absorb mystical creatures using dark magic. So, Doctor Strange created a summoning circle, calling forth and absorbing mystical creatures one after another. His power grew rapidly, but as he absorbed more, he gradually lost his humanity. With enough power, everything became simple. Doctor Strange forcibly used the Time Stone to bring Christine back to life. Unfortunately, those who tamper with time often find themselves at the mercy of it. Christine was resurrected, but the universe began to unravel, entering a state of collapse. Not even the near-omnipotent Doctor Strange could stop the destruction of the universe. In his immense power, Doctor Strange even became aware of the Watcher, a being who silently observed the universe's development but never intervened. Sadly, despite Doctor Strange's pleas for the Watcher to save his universe, the Watcher, true to his nature, simply watched in silence as the universe headed towards its destruction. During this time, the Watcher warned Doctor Strange that disrupting the flow of time would only lead to greater ruin. In the end, Doctor Strange could only watch helplessly as his universe was destroyed, powerless to do anything. Just like how, in the future, Tony Stark sacrificed himself with a snap of his fingers, and Doctor Strange couldn't use the Time Stone to bring him back. If Tony were resurrected by reversing time, the logic of his snap, which erased Thanos and his army, would be undone. Thanos and his forces would return, resetting everything to the way it was before. In a way, the Time Stone's side effects might seem subtle, but when they occur, they can be the most terrifying of all. Of course, this doesn't mean there is no power that can defy logic. Syd thought about it and couldn't help but recall chaos magic. Unlike the Time Stone, chaos magic's reality-altering power truly defied logic, forcefully changing everything without causing reality to collapse. It could bend logic to its will. This demonstrated that the essence of chaos magic was of a far higher level. At least, the problems of time logic weren't an issue for chaos magic, and it wouldn't cause a breakdown in reality. Unfortunately, my ability to alter reality with chaos magic is still passive. Who knows when it will appear? Syd thought with a hint of regret. Of course, it's not that chaos magic's reality-altering ability had no pattern. The more unstable one's mental state was, the more likely chaos magic would run rampant. The more unstable the emotions, the stronger chaos magic became. For instance, when he turned the Sentinel robots into butterflies, that was merely a normal trigger, far from a true rampage. End of chapter.